2021, and this special meeting is now in session. I just ask that everybody who isn't a director or speaking right now, if you guys can mute yourself, unless you're called upon to speak or it's your turn to speak. Thank you. Just so we could have a little less feedback in the background going on. Nate, can you do the roll call, please?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. All right, you guys ready? All right, starting with Director Laura.
Here.
Director Yearsley.
Here.
Director Shields.
Present.
And Director Quinones.
Okay. Have all of the directors had a chance to review the agenda?
Yes.
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 Thank you, Director Yearsley. Director Shields?
Yes, but okay.
Did you have any questions on it at this time that will need to be addressed?
Yes, I have concerns with the closed session. I think we have more important things to deal with at present time than the closed session. That's my thought. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to make a motion to remove that, or?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to remove it. Thank you.
Do we have a second to remove the, which part of the closed session, actually?
The review for the secretary.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion?
Sorry, I'll second.
You would like to second that?
Yeah.
Okay. I will go through and call everybody so we can vote. All right, Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you vote? Director Yearsley, can you hear us?
Yes, that was a no.
Okay, no. Okay, Director Shields, how do you vote?
Yes.
Aye. Okay, and then I will vote nay for removing that. Since that doesn't have majority, I think it will stay on the agenda. Are there any other items or sections that directors?
My understanding is we have to have 3 same votes.
Yes,
That's
so
only
you would have to have 3 votes.
Right, so we
in order
can't
to
have
change
2. So we can't have 2 that says yes and 2 that says no, and then continue with it. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's incorrect. Because we don't have another director, if it's 2 and 2, it just stands as it is because it can't change, because you need to have a 3+ vote in order for it to change.
Okay. Was there anything else on the agenda from any of the other directors? Or Director Shields, anything else? No?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as is?
I motion to approve.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. So Director Yearsley motioned, Director Lohr seconded. Director Lohr, how do you vote? Sorry, I know it's redundant.
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you
Aye.
vote? Thank you. Director Shields, how do you vote?
No,
Okay, thank you. And I will vote aye as well. Okay, so this next portion is public comments. This is a time and place for the general public to address the community service district on matters within our jurisdiction that are currently not on the agenda. State law prohibits the board from addressing any issues not previously included on the agenda. The community service district may receive comment and set this matter for a subsequent meeting. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 5 minutes. Yielding time to another speaker is never allowed. All speaker cards must be received prior to the agenda item being addressed. Since we are on a Zoom meeting, we don't need to have that. Let me see. I will go through the list to see if scroll through to see if I have anybody, any community members who would like to speak right now. You would just raise your hand so I can see. Ms. King, I see your hand. You may begin.
Hello. I'm glad to see so many people here for the meeting. I would like to kind of bring it to the board's attention that, yes, there are some COVID restrictions that are lightening, and I would like us to consider moving forward after today's vote on different members being in charge of Parks and Recreation, to start thinking of some creative ideas about how to do some things in our park and recreations for the coming year, even with COVID being among us. So if that's something that we can consider for future meetings, possibly getting the committee back, we can do Zoom meetings and discuss ideas about how we want to move forward. I would like to see some movement there because I think it would be good for us to start opening things up again. Also, on that vein, I believe that the Mojave Desert Republican Women's Federated will be having a meeting in February on the 12th. It's a Friday. It should be like at 6 p.m. It will probably be a dinner meeting. And if anyone's interested in more information about that, they can contact me and I will be happy to share it with them. I understand that Daggett will be having a cleanup on Saturday, but I was not able to get the information about the date and time exactly. So perhaps other directors will be able to share that further and give more information. And I think that that's it for today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. King. All right, I will continue to scroll to see if I have anyone else with their hands raised. Okay, I do not see anyone else at this time. Next, we will have our committee reports. The Welcome Center will be first. Mr. Henderson, if you are ready.
Yeah, good evening. Okay, Welcome Center, the patio is pretty much complete now. I don't know if you've been by there. The railings have been finished over there. They look really nice. That's a nice public space. The contractor has put the electrical outlets on the building outside on the patio. So there are 4 electrical outlets available. They will be controlled by a light switch inside. So that power is not going to be turned on while no one is there. So we have that that availability for whoever uses the outside space for electricity. So if we have bands or cook-offs or people need electricity, that will be available. The door for the patio has been installed. So we have a security door inside and a security door on the outside. The stucco work is finished, needs to be painted. I contacted the contractor today. He's spreading himself thin between this and other jobs and should be back, according to him, when the rain lightens up, so they can get the painting and electrical done. That'll probably be middle of next week, according to what I see on weather reports. So with the county's lift on COVID restrictions for museums to have outdoor events, that's all well and good. There's nothing lifted for the indoors yet. So we're still under COVID restrictions for the indoors. I'm gonna wait until the COVID lifts for indoors before we open. It's pointless to be open patios only and not be able to get in, use a restroom, or have people wander inside the museum. So with that, we're ready to open whenever the county says restrictions are lifted. And once again, on the note for that alarm system, let Nate contact the alarm company and find out, how we read, or maybe he can reset that for me. Let me know how that's going to go. And that's all I've got for the Welcome Center. Any questions? I'll take them.
I don't have any questions at this time, Mr. Henderson. Do any of the other directors?
No, I don't.
No? Okay. Thank you, Director Laura.
Good. All right. I'll get off here and let you guys have your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Stay
You bet.
safe.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, we do not have our Parks and Recreation up and running right now, or else they would go next. Do we have anything for community outreach, Director Shields?
Yes, we do. We're having our community cleanup March 20th. It'll be from 7 to 3. We have 6 dumpsters, or excuse me, 6 roll-offs. We have volunteer fire department helping out. We also have the code enforcement. We're also having the utilities. I'm trying to find my note here because I have a bunch of notes. And we're also having Burger Den's going to be helping out. Also, we're going to be allowed to pick up mattresses and box springs, which at present time I talked to Daggett, and they have a organization over there, or they collect the box springs and mattresses. So we were allowed, I asked permission to bring over those things to them if we have any. Let's see, what else? Oh, also the Daggett Community Cleanup Day. I just got a flyer. It is January 30th, 2021, 8 a.m. to 1, or until all bins are filled. It'll be at between the CSD and fire department. At that point for the outreach, that's pretty much all. I had some other things I'm gonna do, but I guess I will address that at a later date, or not a later date, excuse me, later on in the meeting today. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Debbie, what was the date of the dumpsters again? I heard everything but that.
Sorry, for which place?
Whatever you have date-wise, so I can make sure I get it out to everybody.
March 20th is Yermo Community Cleanup. Daggett's Community Cleanup is this Saturday. It is between the fire department, Daggett Fire Department, and the community building, CSD building, I guess you could say, not the community, CSD building. Ours is at the Burger Den. We're gonna have 6 roll-offs, and we have a bunch of volunteers and my normal people that I gather to help us out, which they've all the waste for electric stuff. And I got, well, anyways, it's a go. So,
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the date. I think I had kind of mixed up Daggett's and ours, so I got it set. Thank you.
yes.
Debbie, what time is Daggett's?
Daggett's is from 7. Let me look again on my phone. Make sure I give you the right. I don't want to give you the wrong one. It says 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. or until all bins are full.
Thank you. Thank you.
And at this point, that's the information I have. I do have some other, but I'll wait till others with questions. Others present when I can have questions. Thank you.
Director Shields, I do have one question for you.
Go ahead.
So when we're holding the Yermo community cleanup, what kind of, I guess, pandemic safety precautions are you guys going to be taking place, like having in place?
It's what is
'Cause I do
told.
understand that it's
I-
outside, but I just want to.
I got clarification from San Bernardino County Solid
Mhm.
Waste. They said we can have volunteers, we can have other people there to work out. That's what they gave me. They said there was no restrictions as far as long as everybody keeping their distance and not suffocating each other, I guess. But I talked to her about it. That's what she informed me. So that's where we're at.
Masks are required, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
She did not say they were. So I don't know. She did not mention it.
I think we could pull up the CDC
Hello?
guidelines. I think they all say masks required under any community service type stuff or meetings.
I believe as of now, as long as it's being held outside and you're 6 foot apart, you don't need masks. If you're any closer than 6 foot, then you do.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. I hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clarissa.
No problem. We just got briefed on it today.
Thank you, because when I talked to her, she said there was, as long as we're keeping our distance, we were, that's all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Thank you for clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, the governor just lifted a whole bunch of restrictions, so.
Okay, sounds good. I just wanted some clarification on that because I wasn't sure with it being outside and then knowing that so many people will be in attendance. That's the only question I have. Did anybody else have anything for Director Shields? No? Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Janika,
Yes.
Janika, this is
Yes.
Paula.
Hello.
The flyer that we got from, hi. The flyer that we got from the county, because our cleanup day in Newberry is also Saturday, and masks are required, and we're required to unload our own items. Now, since you're having volunteers, that takes care of that. But it says very plainly that they require masks.
Masks are required.
So Clarissa, when did you get your clarification? Was that today?
We got clarification today.
Okay, thank you.
So I think with this, maybe we could just do a little bit more research on it because the date, you know how everything changes with the pandemic. Ours isn't scheduled until March, so who knows what the guidelines will be then. Let's just keep updated on it. And then Paula, would you be able to send that flyer over to me in an email? Thank you.
Sure, be glad to.
Thank you.
What we
Yes.
have, what we ran into is that they sent out 400 flyers, and that reaches about a third of our people. So we're running into a lot of people that don't know that it's happening. So we're scrambling, trying to tell people about it. So.
Okay. Thank you, Paula. Okay. Director Yearsley or Director Lord, did you have any other questions or comments for community outreach?
No, I agree. We just need to keep up on it because like I said, as of today, we were told gatherings outside don't require masks if you can be 6 foot apart. But the governor changes his mind like he changes underwear, so who knows?
Okay. All right. Thank you on that. We'll have an update next meeting. So, all right. The next thing on our agenda is the consent calendar. The following consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They'll be acted upon the board at one time without discussion. Any item may be removed by a board member or member of the audience for discussion. Approval of the bills from December, approval of bills for January, and then approval of the minutes for December 10th, 2020. Nate, did you send the minutes for December? Because I just saw the bills and that was sent 2 minutes before, so I didn't get a chance to review them. And no minutes? Okay, so I think this is going to have to, we can't go over any of that. I would like to make a motion to table these until February so we can all get a chance to review everything, considering we just received stuff a couple of minutes before our meeting started. Do I have a second? No second? Okay.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Director Yearsley.
Can't we go over the bills without the minutes so that we can at least get the bills done?
My only concern with that is that we got them like 2 minutes before. Were you able to review everything?
Well, pretty much. And since I got other emails from you at 6 o'clock, and we're still going to go over those. So
I thought we were just reviewing the bills. If we've got stuff that's got to be paid, we probably should mention those, because I know there's some that are kind of far behind. So maybe we should read off and get rid of the bills that we've got to pay.
And
yeah,
I
'cause
feel,
these are from December and January.
Yeah.
I feel that I reviewed the bills. Even though I just received it, I go down and sign the checks. So when I look at them, I review them. So I'm aware of it. Thank you.
I can see not doing the minutes because we don't have those, but we need to get the bills done, and bills.
Okay. If you
Absolutely.
guys don't mind me just reading through them, give me a couple minutes, then I'm fine with doing that. Doing them tonight. I just need a second or two. There it is. Nate, are you able to pull up some of the bills right now?
Which ones?
I have a couple. I'm just writing them down. One is the latest US Bank one. You see that I went from December from $200, $200 and something to now it's $1,600. So that one I would like to look into. And then this, the fee for the lawyer for 119, what is that in regards to? Is that when
That's
I
when
guess one of
you
the bills from
inquired about gaining admin control for Michael Sint.
okay.
I showed you the letter and you
No,
said you
that's
were going
fine.
to contact them.
I didn't know
And
which
yeah, so I brought it to your attention one day when you had come in and you seen it.
it just says January 19th on it. So that's why I was confused
All right,
because I contacted
let me find the check real quick because I have the letter attached to it.
reimbursement. Paying indebted's alarm.
All right, so the letter, well, the two letters I have here,
Refrigeration costs. Mm-hmm.
12/8/2020 review email from President Quinones regarding Michael Sint, review documents regarding same draft changes to demand letter to Michael Sint. So that turned out to be a total of 281.25 plus they added a total current work fee to that, which was $62.50. So that totaled up to a total amount of $343.75. So you'll see a check in there for that amount.
For that amount? Okay.
Yeah.
I
But
was just
it's
wondering.
the same lawyer. The one you're talking about was from I guess it was from the first time you inquired or the first time you spoke with them and requested them to do or take action.
That was to Burnick and McKinley and Kennedy, right?
That's
Yeah.
correct. Mm-hmm.
Which
Okay.
they notified you on the 9th of December with the feedback from what I'm understanding. So I didn't know where we were going from there.
Right. Okay. Those were the only things that I had questions on that I could see. And those are all Decembers and Januaries?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. All right, then let's just motion to take off the approval of the minutes since we do not have those. Do I have a second for that one?
I'll second that one.
All right, thank you, Director Laura. Okay, motion. Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Director Shields, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. I will vote aye as well. All right, now let's restart. Do we have a motion to approve the bills for the month of December and January?
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you,
I'll
Director
second.
Laura. Thank you, Director Shields. Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Shields, how do you vote? I think you said aye. You cut out. I'm not sure.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then I vote aye as well. Okay, so the bills for December and January are approved. All right, we do not have any public hearings at this time. Let's go to our reports. Do we have anyone from the San Bernardino County representative, please?
This is CJ Porter from Supervisor Cook's office. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, hello, Mr. Porter. Thank you for coming today or
Yeah,
tonight.
so I just wanted to introduce myself. Nate has my contact information, so if you or the CSD ever needs anything from our office, feel free to reach out to us. Just real quick, with the governor pulling back his stay-at-home order, we're reverting back to the color-coded tiers the state is mandating. So we're back in the purple tier. And then regarding to COVID vaccinations, we're still in phase 1A, I believe in tier 3. Seniors 65 and plus can now get vaccinated. I'll put the link to the general vaccine info on the county website in the chat, along with the appointment link if anyone has anything about that. I may not stay on the whole meeting, so if you guys need anything, feel free to send me an email. Nate, again, he has that contact information.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Do any of the directors have questions for him before he logs off?
Would he be able to find out our question about having to have masks for the cleanup?
As far as I know, there still is a statewide mask mandate, as far as I know. Again, I can double check, and if I find out anything different, I can email Nate. But again, things are changing every month. Like March is going to be complete from now. We have no idea, so I maybe hope better just to hold off and wait until we get closer to find out for sure. Because right now things are changing. Governor is doing stuff all the time. So
thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Porter. I
you.
agree with you. And welcome.
thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, I believe that is it for Mr. Porter. Thanks again for coming. Do we have anyone from the CHP for tonight's meeting? I do not see anyone. Okay. Anyone from the sheriffs? No. Okay. All right, I believe that is it for those. Nate, do you have anything to report from the office?
Nothing much other than I finally got the unit fixed in the multi-purpose room. That was fixed last week, Thursday. If I recall, I can look at the invoice. Other than that, Janika, I sent you all the resumes for the previous and current applicants who are interested in the general manager job. After I spoke with you, I believe it was yesterday or the day before that, I sent out an email to past and present applicants, and so far nobody has gotten back to me. So I'm just waiting to see, give it another week to see if they contact me back or if they contact you back. So I'm just waiting for that. Other than that, we have the bills here that need to be paid and caught up again. I know people have, day jobs and stuff like that. I've mentioned it before. If you let me know ahead of time or in advance, I will stay after and wait for whoever or whomever to come by and sign checks so I can get those out like ASAP.
Thank you, Nate. The few times you've stayed for me to come in and take care of that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, one last thing. As far as the maintenance truck bids, it's still two. Nobody else has shown interest as far as the maintenance truck goes.
Okay, and we have two of those?
Just two.
Okay, we'll review them in a couple items. Okay. Was there anything else, Nate?
No, I believe that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for him from the directors?
I have a question, yes. The
Yes.
resumes and everything that you received, are we
Mhm.
going to be able to receive them? I'm not sure why you were alone to receive them, but last time and in the past, we've all reviewed and looked at them. So I'm just curious, are we going to be able to do that, or that's my question. Thank you.
So I just asked Nate to send me the resumes to see who has applied. I tried to contact them to see if we would be able to schedule an interview or something. I haven't had any contact with them. I could go over that later on in the agenda. As far as everybody being sent the resumes, we will be sending those out. There wasn't any additional info, and we're really not going to be getting into it too much. So we haven't sent them out. Nate's more than welcome to do that right now if everybody would like them.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious because in the past, there was at least two of us that we didn't just have one person do it. So I was just wondering.
No, I wouldn't. It's not about me making decisions or look. I just had them so I could contact them. I think Mr. Porter just put up the information in the chat box so everybody could see that too. Regarding vaccinations and COVID. Were there any other questions? Okay. I believe you already went over maintenance, Nate. So Chief Brakebill, whenever you're ready, sir.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This chief's report is from the period of December 9th of 2020 through January 28th of 2021. We had a total of 39 EMS or medical calls. One of them consisted of a motor vehicle versus a pedestrian. We had a total of 5 good intent calls or false alarms, one hazardous materials call that was a gas leak that we had to mitigate. Fire calls, we had a total of 12 for this reporting period, which were car fires, rubbish fires, people burning without a burn permit, and then we had vegetation fire as well, which made up our 12 calls. Calls for the reporting period was 56 calls, and then we finished for 2020, a total calls for service for the year was 510 calls. For Christmas 2020, this was our fire department's 3rd year that we've had the honor of riding in the engine with Santa through the community of the Yermo Calico Community Services District, giving out toys and gifts to the children. This year was a bit different due to the pandemic, but we found a way to make it happen. I want to thank firefighter Corey Sierra and Gunnery Sergeant Martinez from MCLB for the Toys for Tots coordinator that stepped up to the plate and donated some toys, along with our firefighters and other members from the MCLB Marine Corps base. They provided all the toys along with our firefighters with 3 other private donations from wonderful people around our community. One was the El Rancho Motel here in Yermo, and 2 from private anonymous citizens that didn't want their names published. We had our ride along this year, which was a fire cadet who stepped up to the plate and played Santa. I think he had more fun than the kids did. The route was designed for 22 families, and we ended up delivering to over 34 families. Took a little bit over 2 hours. The crew and the board member, Debbie Shields, was blessed to assist Santa with all the deliveries to make this a memorable Christmas Eve. Director Shields supplied Santa's outfit this Christmas Eve and the Christmas decorations for the fire stations. We're also very grateful to have all of her support, as well as the support from the community of Yermo for this Christmas and all through the New Year's. We also had a Christmas Eve dinner purchased by our safety officer, Josh Flores, and a co-worker from the San Pedro Longshoremen's Union. Our chaplain's wife, Karina, pre-made all the food purchased for our Christmas dinner. And then on Christmas Day, Lise King, big shout out to her and some other nice citizens in the community, brought us dinner for Christmas Eve. For Christmas Day with pies and cookies. We had many kind citizens in the community stop by with treats, snacks, and small gifts for the Christmas crew. We all felt the love and blessings that this Christmas season had to offer from our community members. It was an honor for our crew to be able to be a part of the children of Yermo's Christmas. They brought many tears of joy to all of our eyes. And Santa had one hard job this year. Our Christmas crew consisted of myself, Santa, and chaplain, our firefighter chaplain, Dean Burchill, station captain, Tony Mareb, EMS fire captain, Godinez, and firefighter, Jose, and then we had firefighter Boosie, and this was the Christmas crew that worked the holidays through New Year's. We continue to have more people from the fire academies, Captain Mareb's recruiting efforts. We have 4 members that joined our department: Timothy Liu, Alec Niederland, Jake Stouffer, and Martin Rivera. We also received some donations from the 511 company. They were Christmas gift bags for the command staff, also lockers for us to store our gear and uniform in. We had a half a pallet of water that was donated from Home Depot. And then we continue to recruit. We are sponsoring 2 of our probationary firefighters through the Rio Hondo Fire Academy and the Victor Valley Fire Academy. We are still working on our grants. We're doing our grants ourselves for self-contained breathing apparatus, firefighter, structural, and wildland, protective equipment, tools, and a water tender. And hopefully we'll be getting our Type 3 engine stocked with tools. As far as training is concerned, we did a live fire burn. I conducted that. It was 24 hours to satisfy the S-130. And we learned quite a bit about fire behavior. I'm not going to go through the exhaustive list of training other than to tell you that we have a total of 409 hours of training. I'm sure some of the members of the community saw the guys working outside because they stopped by and gave some accolades to our people. So that's it. If anybody has any questions, they can let me know. Be more than happy to entertain any questions. All right, Director Quiones, I am done with my report.
Thank you, Chief Brakebill. All right, we can move to item number 1, which is a review and discussion of the renewal of the EF recovery. Chief Brakebill?
Yes, this was just going to be an information item only because I'm talking with Hugh Sutherland from EF Recovery, and we are getting together the terms and conditions, and I need to have time to digest it and go over some of the mistakes I saw in them. And so I want to make sure that when I present the package to the board, that the board gets this package, about 10 days before the meeting, so you all have ample time to look at it and prepare your questions for the next board meeting. So this was just a heads up of what's to come. And Janika, this is one of the ways that we can recoup our cost of running a fire department, because for the past several months, the majority of our calls are from people outside our district that don't pay the taxes, that are using our equipment and our supplies. Okay,
Okay.
that's it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comment on this informational item? And one more. Okay. No, I don't see any at this time. Do we have any questions from the board for Chief Brakebill?
No.
Okay. I don't see anybody else's hands up. All right. Thank you, Chief. I believe that's it.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right. This next one is review and discuss the bids for the sale of the CSD maintenance truck. Nate, you said you had 2 bids, is that correct? Nate, can you hear me?
Yes, I just went to grab a letter opener.
All right. Can you put yourself, do we have a camera? Nate?
Yes.
Okay, so that will
Here's the
need to be
first one.
on before you open anything.
Well, no, that I
Okay.
just stuck it in there right now.
Okay,
So here's
cool.
the first one. It doesn't have a name on it, so when I open it, I'll see who the person's name and contact information is. The name is Jean Bredelis. She made a bid of $550 even. Here's the second one. This one is from Joe. He made a bid of 551 for the maintenance truck.
Okay. When did we receive those bids?
Joe's bid was, he post dated 12/8/2020. Let me check on the other one to see if it has a date on it. This one doesn't have a date on it.
No date on that one?
No.
Okay. Do we have public comment for this? Yes, Ms. King, I see your hand.
By Joe, you mean your maintenance person who told you that the truck wasn't worth using and hasn't used it for his business? He's the one who put the bid in for 151?
It was 551.
Yes, and are we talking about that, Joe?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Are there any other public comments regarding this? Doesn't look like any. Okay. Directors? Director Laura, do you have anything regarding these? No? Okay. Director Yearsley, do you have anything?
No.
Thank you. Director Shields?
I do, but I'm going to keep it to myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Nate, these weren't opened before today?
No, I just opened them on camera in front of everyone.
Where were they
Okay.
kept at? Who received them and where were they kept at?
I received them and they were kept in the safe.
Okay, thank you.
Did you receive Joe's bid first?
Yes, he was. His was the first one back in December when we first advertised for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we have a motion before the board to accept one of these bids? To accept the higher bid? No. Would any of the directors like to make a motion? No. Okay. Hmm. Since no one would like to make a motion to accept the bid, are we going
I-
to be, yes?
I have a question. And
Yes.
it's just a question I don't know. I just like, maybe somebody knows the answer. Is there any conflict of interest in this? Since he works for the CSD?
Mm,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
really
I'm just
know.
asking.
There, it could be viewed that way. I'm not sure how to handle that, since the bids were, Nate stated that he received the bids and they were both sealed, and Joe's bid was first, you know?
Mhm.
Director
I think we
Yearsley, do you
probably,
have any?
Janika, it'd probably be a good idea
Yeah.
to maybe table it right now and check into
That's
that
fine.
before we move forward.
Okay, sounds good to me. Do we have a motion to table this?
I'll motion
So
to
we can
table
look
it
into
until
this?
we can check into it at this time.
All right. Motion to table. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
I'll second. Oh, Debbie's got it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Shields. Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Shields?
Aye.
Thank you. I'll vote aye to table this as well. When you do the minutes for this item, please record the bid amounts and who they were from.
So just the bid amounts.
The bid amounts and who they were from, and that we decided to table it. Also that you open them on camera and all of that. Okay. Next we have the discussion of the CSD tractor. Do we have any new information on that, Director Yearsley?
No, not at this time. I've kind of had a hard time getting with Joe on it because he works during the week and I only get home on the weekends. I was actually thinking I'd be reporting on it in the next meeting, so I did not push on it on this weekend because I wasn't sure we were having a special meeting. So if we could move that on to the next board meeting, that'd be best.
Okay. So all right. Do we have any public comment on this before we decide to table it or not? No, I don't see anybody. Okay. Thank you. Any comments from the directors? I don't see anyone with their camera on or hand raised. Okay. So do we have do we have a motion to table? Would anyone like to make that motion?
A motion that we table it till next time.
Thank you, Director Yearsley. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Director Shields.
Sorry, Chorus.
Director Lord. Oh, huh? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just couldn't find my thing to unmute myself. I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Director Laura, how do you vote on this?
Aye.
Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Shields, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. I'll vote aye to table this as well, pending more information. We shall review, the next item, number 4, is review and discuss the reimbursement of $180 to Nate Rojas for the t-shirts bought for the CSD office staff.
I was under the opinion we already finished that last time and said we were not going to, but I could be wrong.
It was tabled to this meeting because I believe they wanted more information. Well, we discussed it actually in my secretary report because it was mentioned in the bills. It was brought up on the check detail paper. So we
And we pulled it.
agreed to
Yeah.
discuss it for this meeting.
Okay. I guess let me bring everybody up to speed on it, just in case they weren't here last meeting. This is a reimbursement for Nate Rojas for the t-shirts that were bought for the CSD office staff. Nate, you said how many were bought for yourself?
There was 3 each. 3 for me, 3 for Steve, and 3 for Joe.
Okay. And since Mr. Nelson has resigned, have those t-shirts been returned to the office?
Aside from mine and Joe's, yes.
So Mr. Nelson returned the shirts?
Yeah, he left them. When he came by to, I forgot what he came by for, but he had the shirts with him and he returned them. They're in the box on top of the file cabinet behind my desk.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, I can start off if you'd like. I still have the same opinion, mainly because we don't have a policy for uniforms in the office. There's no dress code that calls for uniforms in the office. And as Steve said, when they got them, they did it on their own, and the plan was for them to pay for them. I really don't think, since they were even brought to the board for an approval or just even a question or anything, and there was no change in any policies, that we shouldn't really cover these.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item before I go to the other directors? Yes, Ms. King?
Yes. It's my understanding that with the fire department, our policy is to give volunteers 1 t-shirt. Otherwise, the volunteer firefighters have to pay $20 a shirt. So I really don't think that we should be paying for our paid employees to be receiving a free shirt, much less 3 free shirts. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Director Lord, do you have any comments?
I would like to say
Questions?
something before anything. Okay, so now the reason behind employees getting shirts is because on occasion we've had people from the public come in to purchase a burn permit. At the time, we weren't distributing burn permits. It was me, Steve, and Joe, the 3 of us standing behind the counter. The person walks in and looked at all 3 of us and asked us if we worked here. So that was the main reason behind getting employee shirts. Now, before Steve resigned, we discussed it because he brought it up. He's like, well, I feel that we should get employee shirts to show people when they walk in that we are employees here.
And that was presented to as the
What was that?
advice. I said, and that was presented as the general manager's advice.
Yes, that was the general
Okay.
manager's advice.
So was it at that present time, possibly that they were going to use it for, I don't know, office situation, like as you say? I'm kind of curious. They did have a budget for office supplies and things needed for the office.
Point of order, this is not an item for your office supply.
Okay.
And you're going off
Excuse me,
topic.
excuse
You're
me,
going off
So,
topic.
Excuse me.
Hi, both of you. Let's
I
refrain
was
from speaking
talking.
when other people are talking. Director
you.
Shields, that was directed towards Ms. King as well.
Thank you. I was
Mhm.
talking at the present time. So that's why I was asking questions. Thank you.
Okay, so
And I feel as a board member, I have the right to ask the questions. without
that's not the
interrupting.
issue, Director Shields.
Okay, but I'm telling
I
you,
was,
you're doing it now too. Okay, I still have the floor. Thank you.
so let me, just because we are on the Zoom meeting, it's a lot easier. So people won't speak over each other if we just, take turns, go one by one. After I already did public comment, I called on Director Lohr for her comment. At that time, our secretary Nate Mr. Rojas decided to speak, and then Director Shields, you decided to speak as well. So I will go back to Director Lohr. Did you have any comments or questions regarding this?
Yeah, I understand Nate's predicament right now. He was told by the general manager at the time that it was okay basically to order these shirts, not even questioning what the board may want or what the proper protocol would be. I know for the county that if I want county shirts, and I can show you, I have county shirts, but I have to pay for them. I have to pay $23 a piece for them. But that's told to me in advance. And then it's my prerogative whether I want to purchase those or not. It's not required of us to have those, but we are allowed to if we choose. At this point, Nate's kind of stuck in a hard place because he was told by the general manager that he could go ahead and do it. He used his own funds for whatever reason. And now the general manager's gone and Nate has no backup. So my recommendation would be, I understand what they did was not appropriate. I understand what they did was the general manager didn't take into account that how he should do that, and just assumed that they could use office funds is what I'm guessing. But at this point, Nate is kind of out money because he was told by the general manager that he could do something. So my feeling is we either refund him the whole amount and lesson learned, or we at least refund him the cost of Steve's t-shirts, require Joe to pay for his if he chooses to. If not, he needs to turn those in, and then Nate can pay for his own shirts. Those are the two options right now that we have. But I don't think that Nate should be stuck paying the whole bill because he was just following directions from his general manager.
I'd like to make another comment when there's time.
No problem. Director Lohr, was that all you had
Yeah,
at the moment?
all I have. That's all I have
Okay.
at the moment.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, you have the floor.
Clarissa has a real good point. The only thing I wanted to bring up to remind the board was Steve, in one of his reports, did report that they were going to be paying for their own t-shirts because they made the decision on their own. Now, that being said, I do agree with Clarissa fully that Nate should not have to pay for Steve's t-shirts because he's gone. That would be a loss to us. He's gone. We can't make him pay, and we should not make Nate pay for his. But I think the two employees that have t-shirts, I think the discussion that they had as far as Steve was saying in his report was they knew they would be buying them on their own. So I would say probably Clarissa's best scenario that I could see would be to charge each one of the guys there for their own t-shirts, and then the board or the CSD pay the 3 shirts for Steve.
Okay. Director Shields, do you have anything? Comments or questions?
I agree with Clarissa. I think she is legit. And that's all I have at this moment. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion before the board?
I'll motion that we do just as I said, that we pay for the 3 t-shirts for Steve, that Nate pay for his 3, and Joe pay for his 3.
I do have a question before we vote on that. What if we do have to take into consideration, what if Joe decides that he isn't going to pay for those shirts? So I think we should include something in the motion regarding that as well. Because
Well,
if it was in, like, if he understood that the shirts were free, you know.
Well, I'm just saying that it was reported that they knew they'd be paying for them. I mean, we can look up those notes if they were correctly written, but as it was stated to the board back when Steve talked about them, they didn't bring it before the board to pay for them, and that the guys were going to pay for them themselves. And if the board votes that each person has to pay for their own shirts because they were ordered by them, we would have to hear Joe's side of it if there's a different side. That's all I can say. But we can still make a vote on it as we know as now because Joe is not here. We can call him into the next meeting if he has, you know, more to add to it. It can be changed.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I say that we reimburse Nate for the shirts that he didn't purchase. And then we can bring up let Joe know that he needs to pay for his shirts or turn them back in.
You want to put that in as how you want the thing to go?
Yeah,
I think that's fair way to do it. We go to Joe for his amount. That's fine.
I make a motion.
One question.
Oh, go ahead.
Price per shirt, $15, $20. I mean,
Well,
we got to include that to be, you know, to be exact on paying for shirts.
So
that
if the bill was $180, correct?
Yes.
So if you divide that by 3, that's $60 a person. So $20 a t-shirt.
All right.
So I make a motion that we reimburse Nate Rojas $120, which would be $60 for Joe's shirts and $60 for Mr. Nelson's shirts. And then we require Joe to either pay for his shirts or return those to the CSD.
Nate, I have a question, Nate. When you guys were deciding this, did you speak to Joe and let him know that he would be paying for his own?
It was a surprise to Joe.
So he wasn't informed, I guess, that he would be
kind of was and wasn't,
and that he would have to pay for them.
I don't know if Steve talked to him about it, but I didn't. Not that I can recall. So I can ask Joe. But I mean, I was doing it as, you know, the reason I gave you, but I also included Joe in that you know, because I didn't want to leave him out. He also worked here as an employee. You know what I mean?
No,
Did
I
Steve ask you to order those for Joe?
What was that?
Did Steve ask you to order them for Joe, or did you just do it including him?
I included him. Steve agreed that, yeah, we should all three of us.
I'm just asking, what was your direction from Steve? To order 9 shirts, 3 for each, or did he say get 6 and then you decided to add Joe?
Originally, it was 3 apiece for me and Steve. And then I mentioned to him, I was like, well, we can also get some for Joe as well. So it's 3 apiece. And that way we don't leave Joe left out.
So I think they were both in agreement to go ahead and get them all, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, that was the final agreement.
okay. I just don't think it's fair to have somebody pay for shirts that they didn't agree to purchase. And
Well-
now we're just gonna charge for them. So
Okay,
that's
well-
kind of my stance on that. If anybody wants to present the motion, they're more than welcome to, after hearing everything.
Well, I think Clarissa's motion would be fine as far as I'm concerned, and I would second it. Because of, until we talk to Joe, we don't know what it is, but as it stands, if he was knowledgeable about it, he should pay for them. But if he was not, then he should not have to pay for them. So it's gonna have to be, either we table it now again and bring Joe into a meeting and talk to him, or we decide to charge him or not charge him. But I would think Clarissa's motion, we should just go through, well, either way, it'd have to be changed because you can't have 2 different things in a motion. So she would have to just change the end part a little bit to either charge Joe and then have him come in and we'll talk to him. And if we find out he doesn't, then we can make a different motion and change at the next meeting. But in order to get through this, we have to have a motion that would be solid enough and not go 2 different ways. So she would have to change the end part to either charge him until we talk to him or don't charge him until we talk to him or something like that.
Okay, so I make a motion that we reimburse Nate the 120 and that we hold off charging Joe until we can bring him back for a meeting.
I would second that.
My only question is, what if Joe says that he wasn't asked? Are we still okay with reimbursing Nate that $120 for shirts that go?
I think so. I think so. I don't think that we should. I mean,
that
he went up
decided to buy at that point,
directive.
Well, none of us can really tell exactly what happened in the meetings with them all, and I'm sure Nate and them had several meetings. So I think
Right.
the only fair way at this time would be to go the way of don't charge Joe, talk to him. But if Joe was if Joe knew he was getting the shirts and knew that they were coming, then he should have to pay for his 3, just like Nate has to pay for his. I don't think there should be any difference between the 2. But I think right now, the motion that she's got out is the best way to do it without Joe being here to tell us what he knows.
And yes, you seconded it, right? Didn't you, Gary?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I thought we had a motion already said. I was like confused. Thank you.
Debbie, it just hadn't been accepted yet by Janika.
Yeah, I just there were just a couple things. So I agree. If Joe did agree to purchase them, then that's perfectly fine. But I also think that if he didn't and he doesn't want to be charged for them, you know, and still
Then we
accept the
bring
shirt,
that up in the next,
then
when
he
we
could.
talk to Joe.
But
Oh,
that was
just
for,
then
gonna
he
state that he could just turn them in if he doesn't want
yeah,
to.
Janika, that was her motion, is that we don't charge him till we've talked to him and then see if he knew about it or not.
That way we keep it, like Gary said, on an even playing field. So we're not having too much in emotion going different directions. And then when we talk to, we'll put it on the agenda to talk to Joe. And then when we talk to Joe, at that point, we can make a motion to charge him and he can turn him in, or charge him and he pays for him. But that will be decided at the time that we bring Joe in.
Okay. Did we get public comment on this? I'm not really sure.
I believe
I
Lisa
see.
commented earlier,
Because
I
yes.
sort of
Yeah,
have a
she
point of
commented
order.
earlier.
I sort of have a point of order, and that is about the idea of putting two items in your motion. So the point you guys are making about being fair, in order to be completely fair, you can't be excluding Nate. So Nate, did you want
We're not.
shirts? Like, would you pay $20 for shirts, or would you return them back to the CSD? Nate, would you want to pay $60 for your shirts?
Well, currently I only use two.
Because to be
When
on an
Audit was
even
made,
playing
they
field
got-
and to have only one motion,
Oh my God.
Nate has to have wanted
Point
to
of
pay
order here,
Oh,
are the people in the audience
And so you
cannot
could make
question
one
the-
motion.
Please.
You could make one motion that says you're going to reimburse them $180. You're going to collect all the shirts back, or they can pay for them. If you pay $180, you get the shirts back, and whoever wants them buys them from you.
Okay. Directors, do you have any comments before or motions?
No, I think we should stay with the same motion.
Okay. Director Laura, would you like to restate your motion, please?
I motion that we pay Nate $120 to cover Steve and Joe shirts. And we table Joe until we can, Joe, now I can't even remember what I said. I motion that we pay $120 to reimburse Nate. And then we bring Joe in at a later date to determine whether we're gonna have him pay or not.
Yeah, just in the next meeting, we ought to say.
Because he wasn't part of the conversation, or we don't know if he's part of the conversation. Nate and them knew what was happening.
Nate wasn't sure if he got talked to or not, so that's why we've got to talk to him before we decide what we can do.
Okay. Do we have a second for Director Laura's motion?
We
I
already
already
did.
seconded.
We already had a second.
I'm just, because we had a lot of conversation in between.
Yeah, I seconded.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And Director Yearsley, how do you
Aye.
vote? Thank you. Director Shields, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And I will vote nay on this one. This motion passes. Nate, you are being reimbursed, and then I will talk to Joe next meeting. All right. Item number 5, voting of the new director positions.
I'd like to make a comment here. We tabled it, waiting to see if we could get another director in first. Are we still gonna wait, or do we want to make that vote this week? Plus, we're not in a regular meeting in order for the public to be on a regular time frame with it. So I would think it'd be something you'd want to do in a regularly scheduled board meeting.
Okay. That comment is notated. Do we have, how do the other directors feel? Director Laura?
I feel the same as Gary.
Okay. Director Shields?
That's fine.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this one at this time? No public comments. All right. Oh, I don't see any. Yes, Director Lore, I see your hand.
I would like it put on the next meeting though, and if we don't, whether we have somebody or not, as long as it's in a regular meeting, that we go ahead and get it taken care of.
I don't see any other comments from anybody. Okay. So do we have a motion to table this until the next regular meeting?
Yes, I motion to table it till next regular scheduled meeting.
All right. Thank you, Director Yearsley. Do we have a second?
Sorry, I'll second.
Thank you, Director Lore. Director Lore, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Shields, how do you vote?
Well, my concern is the time frame that we're in right now. That's supposed to already been done, but I'll say aye.
That, hold on, before we finish, that brings up a
Yes.
good point. What is our time limit to be able to do this?
They were
Gary,
saying,
do you know?
As far as I know, there's no official day that you have to pick your president and vice president, and that's the only ones you really have to pick. Some places wait till they have a full quorum, and some, or not quorum, excuse me, a full board, and some of them just do it at the beginning. I don't know of any, law or written down rule of thumb that you're supposed to use.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I have one other question. Do we have to have 3 votes for it to pass, or is it only majority? Because I understand it's 3 votes either way.
Do you mean in the election process?
Yeah,
It'd be still the same thing. We'd have to have 3 vote for each level. So everybody would pretty much have to vote for the person they're putting in this way. That's why I was bringing up the fact that it might be easier if we had the full 5, but same time, we don't know when that's coming. So if the board would like to get underway and go on with it, you actually can.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Do those comments change where anyone stances on their votes?
No.
Motions? Okay. Okay. Director Shields, how do you vote then? I'll just continue. Director Yearsley stated the motion for next regular meeting. Director Laura seconded. Director Laura said aye. So did Director Yearsley. Director Shields, now it's your vote.
aye.
Thank you. I will vote aye as well. Okay. Discussion of the CSD banking. Did you have any updates for us, Director Yearsley?
I've talked a little bit more with the auditor and with the banks to get a little bit better idea why Director Sent moved the stuff, and I've got a little bit better idea. And one of them was I didn't even have any idea till I started checking into it that the banks are actually connected. The bank that he moved the 6 different accounts to is actually, they're the ones that own the bank here in the Barstow area. So I kind of see that, but when I talked to him, there was no reason why it couldn't be done here also. So my idea is that I'd like the board to vote on bringing all the accounts back into the Barstow area to the Barstow Bank, where we have a little closer hand in this. I know Michael was working with the bank on what he could do, and I mean, what he brought up was actually how you do the accounts. But they might have told him to do it for whatever reason or whatever way to move it to the bank there, because that is the mother bank. So none of us would know what Michael, was into the discussions with them on, but things are starting to make a little bit more sense to what happened. The main bank thinking that these reserve accounts would be better taken care of in the mother bank, I guess you'd call it. I think I'd still rather have them here in Barstow, and I'd like to have all of our stuff together rather than some in another state and some here. So I would like the board to decide if they would like to check into it more, or if they want to, make a motion and vote on it tonight. I think I've made my decision that they really don't have to be in the bank out of state. They can be done here. That would just be like putting them in the head bank, and they probably thought that was a little bit better for a reserve account because it does take a little bit more work, and you have some more challenges with those. But I would still ask the board to talk about it today, about just bringing them all back and bringing them to the bank here in Barstow. And if they feel that the bank that we have stuff in is maybe not big enough or whatever, we do have some bigger banks here in town that we could move our accounts to that would easily be able to handle all the stuff. I didn't see, I saw problems in trying to have our money in one bank and some in another bank, and it just makes more sense to me to have it all at one bank.
Okay. Do we have a public comment for this at this time? Yes, Ms. King.
So it's my understanding that it was Desert Bank that had been either purchased or was owned by the parenting bank, and that it was a total thing. It wasn't just about Yermo CSD. It was about it being a government entity and about them wanting it to be serviced by a different level of bank. That may or may not be the situation, but it was a bank decision. So when you talk to the bank, if you wish to continue with Desert, you need to make sure they understand that you are a government entity so that you're doing what the bank is allowed to do. If you're looking at another entity to go with, some larger bank in Barstow, there might be larger fees, but you're also going to have to talk to them about you being a government entity and not a private business or something like that. And then the other thing I would like, Director Yesley, is can I get clarification? You do want to continue to have the different reserve accounts so that it's easier to keep your accounting for auditing and for use purposes in the future. Is that correct?
Yes, as I mentioned clear back last year, that is the way that you do it. Director did set up the reserve accounts with the right accounts and the right names, and no problem to do with how he did the accounts. So those would just be moved as they were, either back to the bank here at DCB, or if they claim or say that they really can't handle that, then I know there's 2 banks downtown that can and have, because I've used them before. So, and I've done it with them. So that's a good point, that maybe DCB doesn't want to try to do reserve accounts, which there's no more work on them. It's more work on the CSD ourselves, because we have to earmark them for what it is, and we have to keep all of the verbiage on what it's for, because a reserved, like $300 reserved for a Halligan bar, let's say, has to go for that Halligan bar. Chief Brake Bill can't go out and buy a tire with it or anything else, because you've put it in there, earmarked it what it's for, and it can't be used for anything else because the board is voting on what it goes for, and that's all it can go for. So sometimes the banks thinks that that gets a little bit in depth, but I think that DCB could do it. But if they can't, and maybe that's what Michael found out, we probably should move to one of the bigger banks downtown, because I know they can handle that. But that is a good point.
Okay. Do we have any additional public comment? Okay. No, we do not. I'll go to the directors now. Director Lohr, do you have anything?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Director Shields, do you have anything?
Good.
Thank you. My only statement on this would be when I spoke to the bank previous to everything being moved, they did discuss that since we were a government agency, a government entity, that they did have concerns with us banking there. And they did tell me about their, I guess we're calling it their mother bank, the one in Michigan that we're referring to. They did tell me about them handling all of the accounts. That was spoken to me before everything was moved. I did mention that to the board before everything was moved. And they didn't exactly tell me why. They just said that the bank in Michigan handles all of their government accounts.
Okay, if, I don't want to talk in over everybody, but in the bank that I use here, it's a local bank only, and they do it. So it could be the fact that the bank themselves doesn't want to do it. So if they don't, I'm just stating that I still think that we should move to a bank that can handle our stuff locally. The accounts that Michael set up were spot on. They're the right ones, because what I told him we needed in each category, and he did. The 6 accounts are fine. We just need to move them how they are. But if DCB doesn't want to do it, then I would suggest that we check with the other 2 big banks in town and see if they will accept our business there. We may have to go to Victorville, but I would rather have the bank close enough that we can go in if we have to.
Okay. So I guess this is a more of a informational item, or so we could get some more information on if the bank would even consider bringing our things back before we vote to have them do so or move somewhere else.
Well, no, I mean, it's up to the board, but I would motion now that we move them back into the state, into our area, so we can be able to visit our bank when we need stuff done. Reserve accounts are one of your hardest accounts. I will agree with you. I've got 6 of them here. And when somebody says, do we have money for a park swing? When you've got to go in and go through all of your books on your reserve accounts, and if there's not a reserve account that says park swing, you can't buy it with that money. You have to buy it with the regular money out of your general account. So it really is best to have where you can go to it if things get confusing or things get where you lose them or they're out of line. I would motion that the board step up and say that, I would want the board to want to vote to bring our accounts back into the state and bring them here locally. That's what I'd like to motion.
And I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Shields, I can see you.
It's right there in the corner, little one. Anyway, okay, now are we
Oh,
talking?
your thing isn't on, and I didn't see the
hand?
No, it doesn't show me that your hand was raised.
Oh,
I'm
really?
sorry.
It's right there. It's anyways. Is this including the US bank account also?
I think the US bank is a credit card.
Okay. All right. I was just checking because I had some information on that.
Well, that's a good point that she brings up. We can leave the US bank one where it is, or, that doesn't matter. But I believe having all your bank stuff in the same place, unless there's a benefit cost-wise or interest-wise or whatever it be, having one bank to me is better. But we have credit cards in 2 different places here also. So I'm not opposed to that. Debbie, that's a good point.
I was just asking because this one is from St. Louis, the one we have for US Bank. So I was just curious on how that was going. Because at present time, we're still got Victoria Paulson in on it, and she's willing to send a letter in and get things removed, but we had to do more to it. So I guess I'll get a hold of the resources that I'm talking to and tell them we'll just have to hold off on getting that all changed and let Mrs. Paulson know. I'll get back with her as soon as possible.
Well, I think that should be something we expedite, because nothing should still be in her name. That I'm sure she doesn't want it that way either. I would think we'd want to get that moved out of her name as soon as possible.
At present time, I've contacted her and talked with her. She's willing to do whatever it takes. She don't even know why she's still on it. She said she sent a letter and filled one out when she left. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see it, but she said she did, that she was surprised that she was still on it, or she would have contacted me or us sooner. Okay. I've been talking to the one person, her name's Olga. The other one is Annie. They're ready to make this change, but at the point we have to make a decision who is going to be considered as the attending or administrator or whatever you want to call it, for them to make the change. They cannot make the change and remove her name until someone else is in that position, is what I was informed. And they're still texting me on different things. So I don't know how you guys want to handle that. I got what information I could, and that's the way it has to be done. Before they can remove her name, there has to have someone else be put in that position, or that, that spot, I guess, is what I was informed. So I don't know how you guys want to do it. I can contact them because they just contacted me earlier today. I can contact them and say, we're working on it, get back to them. I don't know. I don't know how you guys want to do it, because they have to have someone to refer it to. And they asked about our general manager, which I said at present time, we're in need of one. They said, well, we have to have someone to turn this over to and put in their name before we can remove her. So I don't know, however you guys want to do it. I just got the information. I've been working with the people for this is the second week. So I don't know. I don't know how you guys want to go about it, because there has to be someone to be added where Victoria Paulson's name is. It has to be someone at present. So I don't know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Shields, for that. Do we have a motion before the board? Does anybody wish to make one?
Someone say they were going to make one?
I just, sorry. I thought that our discussion was, unless anybody has any further comments or questions.
Gary motioned to bring all the accounts back into California and try to make it local for the bank accounts and the reserve accounts, not the credit cards.
All right, so I think we're gonna have to get some more information on the credit cards before, whoops, sorry guys, before we make any further decisions on that one.
Yeah, I would just think just on the credit cards,
Because
those how they are at this time. But we also work on getting her name out of it, because it can be where it's at and we can get the name changed out. But I think the bank account should be, just as I had said before, what Lisa had mentioned back to you, that I just think that we should move all out of state bank accounts back into our area. Either they go back to DCB, but if they cannot handle them, then we find another bank locally to put them in. That's my motion.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
thank you, Director Laura. Motion from Director, oh, where did my pen go? Director Yearsley, second by Director Laura. Director Laura, I know it's redundant, but how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley. Thank you. Director Shields.
Aye.
Thank you. I vote aye as well. Our next item is discussion of the next steps for,
Before we move on, can I ask somebody to write down that we add the credit card situation to the next agenda, so we can figure out what to do there for the next meeting, please?
Very good point. Yeah, to add it to next regular meeting.
Yeah, just so I don't forget at the end.
okay. Nate, do you have that in your notes, please?
Already wrote it down.
Thank you.
The next item is discussion of the next step for the release of the CSD administrative control. Director Shields, you asked for this to be on here. You may take the floor, ma'am.
Yes, at this point, a suggestion was made by the attorney that we are presently working with, that we have someone come in and instead of taking it any further at this present time, have someone come in that is logical and computers, working on them and changing everything to get everything changed and have everything redone as far as the passwords and so on and so forth. But at that time, they also stated that it would be a decision the board would have to make. And after that, if we choose to pursue the situation with the expenditures of what we had to do to get it all fixed. That's what the suggestion was made to me. So that's all I had on it. I just want to let you know what I was informed. And they said they had contacted you December 9th. And so I wasn't sure, I hadn't heard anything. So I was seeing where we were at on that. So thank you.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Attorneys are really nice to have. We use them here once in a while. We got to the point though where we had to actually cut off the directors calling them all the time because of the cost of it, which I kind of like to caution the directors that when they're on the phone, they got to remember they're spending probably near $200 an hour and it probably should be approved through the board. But anyway, going on, the administrative control changes would be good, but they're very costly. It'd be something that would be a little bit hard for us there at Yermo, mainly because of the cost of things. Bringing in anybody to change those things over is expensive, I know, because I had to do that when I had to do a takeover about 8 years ago in Yermo. And it's just, there's some things you can do and there's some things you can't do. You know, it's just like attorneys, for instance, you can't call them all the time because you can't afford $200 to talk to them all the time. And you can't go bring in a computer operator all the time because you can't afford a computer operator to be in there that much, mainly with our budget. So I think it's something that would be nice, but I just don't think Yermo has the money to do that. It might be something we're going to have to work collectively together to see if we can get it done internally somehow.
I agree. We need to do something because this is going on how many months now that we still don't have control over our QuickBooks or any of that stuff? Somebody, we need to do something. This is crazy.
And Gary, to let you know, the attorney I talked to, he did it pro or whatever they call it, free. Okay. So there's no charge. It was done free, just so you know. And that was what he suggested because I talked to him today. So that's the only suggestion he had. Otherwise, he said we could pursue with the recommendations of the letters and everything that they've already sent out, which they've got no reply. Nothing's changed. So we can stay where we're at in limbo or get something done. Thank you.
Okay. My comment on that is IT is very expensive. Nate, which items do we currently not have administrative control over?
Last I recall is the full control of the bank accounts. That's the last I
What do
heard.
you,
I have access to QuickBooks to like make the to do the checks for the bills, but that's about it. I've never had access for the bank. I've never had admin control. over anything.
No,
Anything at all.
so that's not what, when Mr. Nelson was the general manager, which items did he not have administrative control over? Which things do we still need passwords to?
So there was a website. There was the banking stuff, the bank accounts.
Bank accounts was, it has been taken care of, so that's not one of them.
Yeah, that's why I said there was.
Okay. So which
The
other
website,
things? Uh-huh.
the login information and the password for that. There was full administrative control over QuickBooks.
And when you're speaking about that, which I guess what aspects are you not able to get into as of right now? Or
Okay, so
if we would have administrative control, we would be that we don't have access to. You get what I'm saying?
no,
What things
I
can't we
get exactly
use?
what you're saying, but
Okay.
so I've never had the administrative control over the QuickBooks, like I mentioned.
Did Mr.
The
Nelson?
administrative side of it is basically like the transferring of money from this account to that account, which I don't care for because I don't want to have anything to do with that. I don't want
Did
to have anything to do with that. So
okay.
I'm fine with just making the checks out for the bills. That's it. As far as the banking stuff, that's something you guys will have to figure out because that's also another thing that I don't want to have anything to do with
No, we
because
wouldn't.
of
We're just talking in general, Nate, to get the
Yeah.
control of everything back from
Yeah,
those
so
that had it before.
so as far as QuickBooks, aside from transferring money to accounts, I'm not sure if that you're able to do that in there.
oh, you're able to
But
do that on
which
QuickBooks. I've seen it done. It shows up in the detailed checklist when a
no, what I
transfer was
mean,
made. No,
does
but
it actually transfer the CSD's funds from our bank account, from one bank account to another account? Or is it
yes, it
just
does.
showing that we
No,
moved funds
can't do
in
that.
QuickBooks?
It would have to be done by an employee. Usually the general manager would do the change and then it just is sent over and done on QuickBooks. You
Yeah.
can't do anything at the bank through
Okay.
QuickBooks.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I understood.
I mean,
Okay.
I can give you an example.
No, it's okay. So the next thing is, we have the website that we don't have, that you're saying we don't have control over.
Yeah.
You're saying we don't have control over the administrative aspects to QuickBooks, which
Yeah.
are what?
Full access to see how much is currently standing in the bank accounts, being allowed access to transfer money within QuickBooks or like make a payment via e-payment or whatever they call that these days. But like administrative stuff like that, you know what I'm saying?
But that's not part of QuickBooks.
Oh, yeah.
That's definitely your bank side. QuickBooks is just a reporting of your numbers. That's all it is. So
Mhm.
somebody from the bank or that works with the bank has to put that in. That's not automatically switched over.
Okay. So as
Well,
far as
yeah, just that.
QuickBooks, we could do everything there,
Well,
right?
just print the checks. That's it.
And record
Yeah,
everything,
it
right?
automatically records no matter what. It
Okay.
automatically records everything that
Are
gets
we
printed
able
out on there.
to, do we have access to, I guess, changing anything if we need to?
No,
Do we have the username? Do we have passwords?
no. Right now, it's just me that has a username and a password for QuickBooks.
Are there any other users on there?
No, Steve removed himself from that.
Uh-huh. So you're the only user on it
I'm
right
the
now?
only user on it,
Okay. So I
and
think,
I'm only
But
allowed
does,
to print out the checks for it. That's it.
so he
Uh-huh.
doesn't have administrative rights to it.
No.
And is that what we're trying to get back? I don't know. I'm confused now.
Okay, so what we probably need to do, guys, right now is Steve probably took his name off, but we still need to get something from him to send to them, so, and reappoint another person that's in charge of facilitating that. Because Steve should have left that, or at least transferred it to Nate, as Nate, you know, being in the office, there has to be somebody in charge of the stuff. There,
Well, he
board
did.
members
He
are
did
not
send him an
supposed to be
email,
in
Gary.
charge of bank accounts.
He did send him an email. I was there when he did it, but like I don't have the full administrative access. I just only have the login and the password. That's it.
I understand. I mean, he would normally have passed it on to somebody else, and he just didn't do it.
Okay.
So now we need to get a hold of him and get what he had, so we can put a new person in for that.
So for QuickBooks, we need to get a hold of Steve. Mr. Nelson.
Because they're gonna still, even though that, you know, he signed out or whatever, they're still gonna keep him as the facilitator of it, because he didn't pass it off to Nate. And without passing it off, it's open, and he'll be the only one, just like the other lady that's still in charge of our credit card. It's because she may have left, but she didn't ever sign out of being in charge of it.
Okay. Okay, so we have the website. We have QuickBooks. As far as our emails, do we have control over that?
No, it's still
Nick?
under Michael's name. That's still under Michael's name.
Did we ever write a letter to Michael to see if he would get back with us and give us his stuff to be able to get into all these different accounts or different websites and stuff?
Yeah, that email,
believe
an
the-
email was sent, and then an official letter from the lawyer was also sent.
Okay, then actually what Debbie was talking about, we're gonna have to step it up and move it to the point where we have to force it to be done. That's what I was saying earlier that I had to do. And it's very expensive, but if people that are leaving do not leave us their stuff, then that's what we run into.
That's what I was trying to present, was because at this point, that's where we're at. We're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that's just what I said. I just said we're
Yeah,
at a
yeah,
point
I
where
understand.
if
That's-
they will not give us their stuff, then we'll notate it in their file. We'll leave the stuff in there stating that they left without giving us their stuff. That's the best you can do. And then you have to hire somebody to come in, which is very, very expensive. I ended up taking our computers in and having them done. It was cheaper, but needless to say, you can stop and start all new all over if you want. It's a cheaper way, but then you lose what you had.
Okay. So our email, what other things do we not have access to or administrative control over?
I'm sorry, wasn't it something to do with the website?
Yeah, we have the website listed on here.
Okay.
So far I have the website, QuickBooks, and then our email accounts.
I think only Nate would know what we still don't have access to, because we're not in the office.
Yeah. So Nate, is there something we're leaving out? That
So we got emails, websites, and control over QuickBooks. Yes, that's correct. Now for you guys to gain control of the bank accounts, either Janika, Gary,
What-
well, no, because you guys are gonna need access to the bank accounts. So
what do you mean? What do you mean we don't have control over the bank accounts?
I'll get back to you on that one.
Because from my understanding, we had control over all of that.
Well, yes, you guys have control over that, but what I'm saying is Steve is still on there, so you guys are gonna have to resubmit the paperwork to get him taken off of there. That's what I was trying to get at.
Have those
So
papers,
yeah,
have you
when it's
requested
time
the
for you guys, yeah,
documents?
when it's time for you guys to get the bank stuff in order, I was giving you the route to go, so that way you guys have the heads up
Do
and
you
you guys
have
have the
that
information.
paperwork? Do you have
No,
that paperwork already?
no,
No?
because I cannot request that paperwork because I'm not on the account. It has to be the people that are on the account, which is 4 directors. I spoke with Gary about it briefly before.
Yeah, when we go to move them, it would be another signing card for all the new members.
Right.
For everybody from the new year to sign on, and then we'll just start all over. But
Right.
that would be done through a board meeting where we put down exactly what we want to do, and then we take the minutes to them, and then we have all the board members sign a new card, and it just goes that way.
Okay,
So yeah,
so that will be,
that's what I was trying to
so,
get at.
so that
Well-
aspect will be taken care of, once we decide on where we're moving banks or how we're moving our accounts and.
That would be
Well,
correct.
But right now, still, they already have a card from the people in there, even though Steve is still on it, so are the directors. So it's not like it's locked up because he's gone. It's still open to the directors, but the directors do not do any of the day-to-day banking. That's the difference. The directors sign checks, but they don't do anything other than approve checks and sign them, and then it's moved by the general manager. So.
Okay. So website, QuickBooks, and an email. All right, do any of the, I guess we've been talking, I don't think we've done public comments on this yet. All right, that's all the information. Let's go to public comment. Yes, Ms. King?
It sounds like some of this needs to be received from Mr. Nelson. It sounds like where the drop off has happened is not so much that you don't have it, is that you haven't been given, it hasn't been given to somebody that's either on the board or Nate. And in some of these scenarios, Nate shouldn't be the person in charge of it. So I think the board, what you're looking for is a motion for the name for it to go onto. In my opinion, that should be your general manager, which you don't have yet. Your next one. When you get, I don't know how close you are to getting a general manager. It sounds like you have some resumes. I'm hopeful. Some of this stuff is not imminent. Like there's no breakdown in the system. You have your emails, you have access to it. The QuickBooks are usable and you're looking for your next responsible party. Is that a correct understanding? Because it sounds like Mr. Nelson is willing to pass it off because he's willing to take himself off. And like, they just need to inform who it's being handed off to. And that's the step that's missing.
Mm-hmm.
The handoff to part. So when you're crafting your motion, you may want to consider that you should be directing, if you want to move forward, who it needs to be handed off to, and keeping in mind what the capabilities are of the personnel you have. Thank you.
I believe that it was the fact that we didn't have administrative rights, and Steve didn't even have administrative rights to do the.
Yes, he did.
Emails, and yeah, I'm not sure, but he said before he left, one of the things that he kept complaining about was the fact that he didn't have administrative rights to these things. And that's what we're trying to get, because those administrative rights were signed to somebody else.
Yeah, he had access to that. And Nate's even testified today during your meeting that he witnessed him signing off, turning over his rights and letting the admin at QuickBooks know that he was no longer an admin. So.
No, I believe he was no longer a user, not an admin, because I don't think he ever had those rights. I could be wrong, but I
They've
believe
never
that
had
was
full
still
control
one.
over QuickBooks.
Yeah, he never had, he had a way to get in there and use them, but he had no administrative rights over it.
Okay.
That's what
That's
we
his
were,
story, but it's just a story.
Okay, so we don't need the back and forth. Okay. Do we have any other public comment? Okay, I don't see anybody's hands raised. Let's go to the directors. Director Laura, did you have any comments or questions?
no, I'm good. I just made my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Oh, Paula, I just saw your hand. You have a,
I'm sorry, I have a comment. Has anyone called QuickBooks or gone on their chat and asked them how to replace the administrator? Because sometimes they will walk you through that. If you have the serial numbers and all that information of your program, they can help you with that. There is a procedure to do that, because this doesn't just happen here. So that may be something somebody wants to check out.
thank you, Paula. I appreciate it. I know I discussed this, contacting the, contacting Outlook or Microsoft, I think, when Nate was locked out of his email. So maybe that is a possibility for QuickBooks as well. Director Yearsley, do you have any comments on this or questions?
No, I mostly ask everything I need to. We just need to move on with it and get someone in charge of that. And then to do that, we got to get general manager on to get going.
Okay. Director Shields, do you have any comments or questions?
I already shared. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I've asked all of my questions and comments. Do any of the directors have any suggestions or motions?
Well, at this time, I don't know that there's much of a motion we can do because directors can't have direct access to moving money in the banks and stuff. They vote to move it and they, sign checks and stuff, but that's their limit. We need to have a general manager or someone acting in that position in order to continue on. So to actually make a motion or something, there's nowhere to motion for things to go. We do need to get a hold of the people that were here before, make sure that we get from them everything they have, if they'll give it to us. And if not, when we get the general manager in, then we have to make the move to have somebody come in and get everything opened up. But to do it now, we don't have anybody to put in charge of it because we don't have a general manager. And at this time, Nate doesn't really want to do that stuff. So we're kind of hands tied. We could open it up, but then you can't put it in a director's name. You got to put it in your general manager. So we need to expedite getting a general manager in here and getting them up, trained, and ready to go so we can move forward.
So this item should be tabled.
I think we should table it and move it to the next open board meeting.
Okay. Do we have, is that a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that motion?
Sorry, I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Director Laura. Director Yearsley motions. Director Laura, you second. Director Laura, you voted. How did you vote? Sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley.
Aye.
Director Shields.
Aye.
Thank you. I'll vote aye to table this as well. Thank you all. Discussion of payment for repairs on the heater in the multipurpose room. We already voted to pay it. It was on our bills. this would just be something that we would discuss in the closed session. I thought it was removed from here. I vote that we just don't discuss this because everything that would need to be discussed would have to be done in a closed session.
Just move it to the closed session for,
Okay. That is my motion. Do we have a second?
a second.
Thank you. Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
All right.
Thank you. Director Shields, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. I'll vote aye as well. And approval of the employee wage increase to $13 an hour effective January 1st, 2021. The California wage has gone up for company or places with 25 or less employees. It's $13 an hour effective January 1st of this year. I just wanted to make it official on here.
Yeah, I agree. It's a law. We really can't say no to it, but yes, I think we should vote to put that in retroactive on the 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Director Yearsley. Does anyone need to, oh, I guess, do we have any public comments on this? I don't see any. Okay. Do any of the directors feel like they should refrain from voting, I guess, on this one? I'll take that as a no. Okay. Do we have a motion before the board?
I motion that we pay the minimum wage of $13 an hour, which is law at this time.
All right. Thank you, Director Yearsley. Do we have a second?
Point of
I'll
order.
second.
Can you add in the retroactive, Director Yearsley, please?
Yes, we should add in the retroactive to the 1st of the year.
I second that.
Thank you, Director Laura, for the second. All right, Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye. Sorry.
It's okay. I know. I have to, I just want to ask it because we're all on Zoom. Director Yearsley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. And Director Shields, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. I vote aye as well. All right. And we don't have any informational items or presentations at this time. Director Laura, do you have anything to report?
Yes. I just wanted to say thank you to the fire department for the Santa, and for Debbie for helping them and all the volunteers. My grandson was included in that and he loved it. He doesn't speak yet, but he ran up and he gave everybody hugs, and he doesn't normally do that. So for him to do that, it was pretty cool. And then I also want to thank the fire department for their quick response in the fire at the house on Fairway Street. Even though it was pretty much a loss for the lady and her children, nobody was hurt and no other structures were involved. So just excellent job on that. We really appreciate your guys' hard work.
Thank you.
And that's all I got.
Thank you very much. Very nice. We did help the lady with her stuff. We've been getting donations from churches, from the Firefighters from Christ is bringing her new furniture. We've been getting lots of donations from the community as well. funds she's been getting. So she is getting help, and it is nice to see a community come together and help each other. It's awesome. And it is awesome to be part of Yermo's Santa Day. And it is our third time doing it, and every year it's just gotten better. Our guys have more fun than the kids, honestly. But it was awesome. Yeah, your grandson came running up to Chief first. It was adorable. Like, we call him Santa now. So it was an awesome day. It really was. It made our whole year. It really did. It's been a hard year on all of us. So it was awesome. It was awesome. Best part of my job.
All right. Thank you, Captain Marab, and thank you, Director Lar. Director Yearsley, do you have anything?
Nothing this time.
Your report. Thank you. Director Shields, do you have anything?
Other than what I reported for the outreach earlier, no.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything to report either. Okay. So identification for future meetings. Let me just go through my list so I'll not skip anything. We have to put on the minutes for December. Discussion of the maintenance truck. Oh, the EFI recovery. We're going to bring that back as well. Let me see. The maintenance truck, we have to review this one. Tractor as well. The new director positions. We voted on the banking already. We do have to bring back discussion of our administrative control to reanalyze that once we have a general manager, hopefully. That's not okay. I believe that's it. Did I skip anything? Yes, I probably did.
Can I speak on that?
Yes.
We did vote on the banking, but we need to bring back for the credit card.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Bring back credit card. And that's the US Bank one. Okay. Ms. King?
You also need to discuss the Joe $60 shirts and potentially update your policy for professional apparel in the office. Go over special, you did the forensic audit report. You haven't done the report. That was supposed to be on, but that could go on to the next regular meeting. Doesn't need to be in the special.
Okay. Joe t-shirts, and then you said a report on the forensic audit. Did I skip anything else, Nate, or any of the other directors? I don't see anybody's hands. I'm taking that as we have everything. Okay. Thank you, guys. So next we have our closed session. This is an employee review of the secretary. Do the directors want to take a couple-minute break, or do we want to jump right in? Director Laura, how do you feel?
We can go ahead. I'm good.
Okay. Director Shields, what are your thoughts?
I'm good.
All right, thank you. Director Yearsley?
I'm fine.
Okay. Nate, do you need a couple minutes or are you good to go?
No. I'm not ready to go. I sent you all an email.
You sent us an email?
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Is it the email that you sent at 8:39?
Yes.
Okay. Did does that affect you going into the closed session or taking a couple minutes?
I gave my reason in the letter I attached to the email.
There's a letter okay.
Yeah, there
Here,
should
let
be
me-
3 or 4 PDFs that I sent to you guys. Let me double check for sure.
I see 3 here. Hold on.
Yeah, it should be 3. Yes, 3.
Okay, so that first item doesn't apply. So I think something like this would be discussed during the closed session.
So how does that first item not apply? It's breaking down how your delivery method was done.
My delivery yesterday, right? When I personally gave you the letter and you signed it,
No, you didn't personally give it to me. You emailed it to me.
and then we printed it out and you read the email and then you saw the
So
letter
in the
and you
Brown Act,
signed it.
it gives you the government code right there in the first item. It states that you have to personally deliver the letter in person to the
Okay.
individual that you are pulling into a closed session.
So the thing is, I personally sent it to your email. And then after me asking you to print it out, which you did, I signed it and I handed it back to you. And you signed it stating that you received it. You stated that you received it at, let me bring out my copy. I believe it was 12:52 or so.
Now, in that code, it does not state that you can deliver that type of notice in an email, is what I'm saying. It
So
gives you
what I'm saying is
the
that
full
that was
breakdown.
fulfilled. It was fulfilled when I handed you, when I personally went down to the office, even though it's a pandemic and things are allowed to be done electronically. I personally went to the office because you had an issue with it before. And I made sure that letter was printed out. And then I signed it and you received the letter and you signed it stating that you received it. I have
Okay,
my
so let's
signature here
do this in
at
open session then. So
12:52.
that way everything is being recorded.
That's fine with me. If it's your right to have it in open session if you would like to. So do you want a couple minutes or would you like to proceed?
Let's proceed.
Okay. It is now 8:50. We are going into an open session to discuss Nate Rojas's employee review. Do any directors object to this?
No.
Okay. Director Lohr? No. And then Director Shields?
Yes,
You object to having the closed session or you object to it being open?
the closed session.
Okay.
Well, we're not having it closed, we're having it in open, so
Well, the open session, sorry.
we're just voting that if it's okay with you, if we let him have his in open.
Mm-hmm.
Fine with me.
Okay. I'm okay with that as well. Even though his letter directly addresses me. Nate, you are, let me see. Okay. So since this letter was sent to only the directors, but now this is an open session, we do have to share the documents. Am I correct in this understanding, Director Yearsley or Lord? Does anybody have?
Well, yes, in order to have the meeting, we have to have the documents out for us all.
Okay. So all of the directors have it. We would therefore have to give it to the public as well.
Well,
Or-
he elected to have it in an open board meeting, and that's with the public present, so yes, it would.
Okay, so that means since we're over a Zoom meeting, we would have to email all of this. Is that correct?
If you just send them to Chief Breakbill, he should be able to share those documents on the Zoom meeting.
Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. Nate, can you share the emails that I sent to Chief Breakbill and then send the email that you sent as well? Chief Breakbill, when you receive them, can you let us know, please?
Could you email mine to the email list, please?
Yes, I will let you know when I get them.
Okay, thank you. Nate, may you please email them to the email list as well, since participants would like copies. We'll give that a couple minutes.
It's, if I can speak on this, he's going to be able to share them, but they're only going to be a certain size, I guess you'd say. So people may or may not be able to see the whole thing, but we are providing them so they can take a picture and blow it up if they want, whatever. But we do need to make sure that that they are shown so that people have a way to review them. I just know they're going to be awful small on my phone.
Oh yeah, I'm using my phone as well. Yeah.
I need you to move that. So.
Mhm.
There's a couple of people on here that I do not have the emails for.
If anyone would like to receive the email for with all of this information on it, and you normally don't receive our agenda items or anything like that, please share your email address in the chat box. And then we'll get those over to you. Okay. Okay.
I have 2 emails I received.
Yes.
Is that it? The first one I was sent was one from Lise King, dated December 10th, 2020 to Janika.
Yeah, that's the forwarded email. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the subject was suggested updates for current posting. Then the next one I got is the one that says from Secretary Board to Janika, dated December 17th. And then it's a huge email thread with some items that are highlighted.
Yes.
Are those the ones that you're referring to?
There should be a part 1 and a part 2, I guess, of emails that I sent, and then Nate should have also sent you emails from that he just sent all the board directors.
Yeah, this one is quite lengthy. There's numerous emails in this
Okay.
thread. Which one
Did
would you
you
like to view first?
mhm. We can start, I guess, with either of them.
Okay.
Let me see if I'm able to.
Let me pull up my screen so everybody can see it. Does this look familiar?
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, you just tell me when to scroll.
Thank you. So in the letter to Mr. Rojas, I gave it to him on January 27th at 12:52 p.m. It states you're hereby given 24 hours notice to appear in a closed session on January 28th to be present for the board of directors to discuss the following: your statements regarding not being available to assist with necessary duties, your actions in regards to overstepping your position with the approval of expenditures, your interactions with the staff at the Yermo Calico Fire Department, and the insubordination of not following requests in a timely manner made by board members. And then in parentheses, it states posting of advertisements. So in this email, let me see if I'm able to zoom in. In this email, is this scrolled all the way down to the bottom, Chief?
No,
Break
I
Code?
can go
Or
all
is
the
this
way.
top?
That's the top and this is the bottom. This was the first.
This is the first email?
Yeah.
Okay. So this email is, I sent it to Nate. I asked him to provide the following updates by 12 p.m. This is just an example of his statements about not doing necessary duties. I asked him about updatings regarding the general manager advertisement, the maintenance vehicle, about checks that were approved. Have they all been signed? Which ones? Send me a list. Email vacant director seat posting to everyone. Ask them to share it. Send me an estimated time on when you'll have last meeting's minutes available. May you please scroll, Chief?
Here's the next one.
This one was his reply. He gives me an update on the posting. He tells me that the maintenance truck has not been updated. He's not emailed it to anyone or posted it on the bulletin board. He states that all checks were signed were sent out. There'll be new checks approved for December. They're getting printed. He can't make a list of things that are irrelevant to other important things around the office. And as far as the vacant board seat, it's understanding that we must use a resident from Yermo. And the minutes, he states that he can't give me an estimated time on when they'll be done, but they're in the process of getting done. And he says he does them in between other relevant things of importance to CSD business. May you scroll to my reply? Thank you. I said, thank you for this update. Please provide me with a list of all relevant things that you are completing, which makes it too hard to provide the president of the board with information on what checks have not been signed. As for any of the items above that you stated you have not done, please have those things completed before you leave today, and send an email with a photo of all updated postings on both bulletin boards. I'll be expecting an email to you today by 1:45. That was sent at 11:53, so that gave him over an hour to do that. He gives me a list of relevant items that need to be done, checks printed that are late, make an appointment for the AC heater to come out and service the units. He also states that he had to go through his computer to free up space so that an update can be done for Microsoft and his printer to function and print documents that he receives. Getting the fire department supplies order, ordering supplies for the office to make sure we have necessary cleaning due to the pandemic. As far as other demands, I'll let you know how that goes depending on how much I'm interrupted when I need to get caught up on things that the CSD behind on. Once again, I do not have time to put aside for the constant harassment on this and that. I do not have the help, nor do I have the time to play email me this or that. You're pulling me away from other stuff and putting a power trip on that I do not have time for. Please stop because you're interrupting me and making me frustrated. He also says, have a good day. I asked him to provide me the following updates. The posting, new dates, running newspaper, other information. Have you posted the updated version? Maintenance vehicle sale, all checks. I think this is, oh, sorry. That must be another one. Chief, can you scroll up, please? It looks like that one's from the 17th. I don't know why it resent again. This is one that I read already. Can we go up? I just forwarded the entire thread, so we already went over this one. Oh, this is where I just left off, I believe. Can we go up to the next one, please, Chief? And then it states, Nate, the video that you sent, myself and Clarissa did not answer my question regarding bills that were approved by the board, but do not have 2 signatures. I would like a list, including the due dates. Did you post an email, the updated general manager position ad, the maintenance truck ad, and the vacant seat ad on the bulletin board? This needs to be done before you leave. He states, you know what, this needs to stop today. I know how to do my job. I don't need someone constantly adding additional work to it. If you want to know the dates on bills, please come by the office when I'm here or before work, like you did yesterday, and have a look, be my guest. I can sit all day explaining the same thing over and over to you about the same bills, same dates. It appears you will not take my word even then. So please come by the office and have a look. I have never had this much grief and harassment by someone since you went on your power trip. Clarissa has never done this to me in her time as president. She has let me do my job without interrupting and trusted me to get things needed to be done in the office. Another second reminder, the open board seat is already posted on the bulletin board. So this is the second reminder that the update for general manager advertisement was sent out to all the directors last week, Thursday. What is there to post? A small piece of paper that no one can see or read. Also, here's a second reminder that I have not yet spoken to the advertisement people about the days they ran the advertisement with the wrong dates. Same for the maintenance truck. I just finished the bills and have been doing the email stuff with you, so it's been taking up all my time to get to that. And then I sent this to Director Lohr. Please read the following email thread. This was from December 17th. Yep.
Okay.
That was part 1. Sorry.
Yep. Let's scroll down.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Okay. This is one here.
Sorry, this is a lengthy one. Ms. King sent me an email stating that she updated the advertisement post because it's been, she hasn't received information on the postings. She was looking to use the letter as a template for an announcement to use. She also updated the vehicle sale. And she said she didn't see the post for the vacancy till Monday the 7th. She also states that she didn't recall seeing anything posted there the week before when she checked, but she'll start documenting in the future. We talk about the ad changes, and she says, yeah, so that's pretty much her update on that. If we could go up. Was there additional information?
Nope, that's all I got.
There should have been a photo attached, some photos attached to this email. Did you receive those? Oh yeah, they're there. Did they pull up?
No, they did not.
Okay, so those photos are photos of the posting of our bulletin board that we have outside the where their store is and by the post office. That email that Lee sent me was from the 10th. The attached photos that I took are from the 22nd. That's after I already talked to Nate about posting the advertisement for the general manager. It wasn't posted on that board. Is there anything else to this one? That's it.
That's it.
All right.
Let's just double check. Nope, that's it.
All right.
Those are the only two I got.
All right. Thank you, Chief Breakbill. Nate,
Not-
did you send the email to Chief Breakbill that you sent all the directors?
I forwarded all the emails that you sent to me. So,
No, it was the one that you just sent us.
I believe so. Let me double check.
Oh my
I
battery's
believe
dying.
she's talking about the one that has the policy in it or something, Nate.
Yeah, yeah, the one that you just
The
sent us in the middle.
policy and the emails between me and the advertisement lady, correct?
You can send him that one as well, but I was referring to the one that you sent us at 8:39 p.m.
Give me a second.
That's what I could send it to him.
It's the 3 documents, right? No, that one I didn't.
Okay, can you send that to him,
I'm
please?
doing that now.
Thank you. There we go. All right.
All right. Which document do you want to look at?
So this one just states, as you read the emails for the repairs done on the heater, I did mention it in December to Janika, so therefore I was aware of it needing repair. Okay. You could pull up the first item, the board member violation. Yeah,
Can you see it or do I have to reshare my screen?
I could see it. I could see it still. Can everyone else see it? I believe we're good to go.
Yeah. Everybody
So
can
this
see
one-
it? Everybody can see the letter?
Yes.
And
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
so it says below listing the constant violations of the Brown Act by our board president. It's now violated for 2 meetings in a row. Also, I'll let our policy that our board president violates consistently. Item 1, per the California Brown Act, government section code 54957, the employee rights to an open meeting implies that both formal and informal charges or complaints, whether filed by agency, yourself, or a private party, The requirement also applies to closed session hearings before civil service and personnel commissions. A notice must be delivered to the employee personally or by postal mail at least 24 hours before the time for holding the session. Otherwise, any disciplinary action takes place would be null and void. The violation occurred today at 12:52 in the afternoon, in which Janika Quinones came by the office only to sign the written document for a closed session that was emailed to me, and she had me print it out. Now I will state that Janika did sign, date, deliver, and timestamp the document that she was supposed to, but what she did not possess the document was hand when she arrived here in the office. Therefore, once again, the closed session document is not valid. Point being that it now became, because of this violation of the government section code, a closed session will not happen. Okay, that's for item 1. Item 2 is according to the policy handbook, which state the board of directors is a unit of authority within the district apart from his or her normal function as part of the unit. Directors have no individual authority. As individuals, director may not commit in the district to any policy ad or expenditures. If I'm understanding it correctly, no director has any individual authority over the office or duties or responsibilities. Janika has violated this policy several times in the past, where she's consistently interrupted daily or monthly bills, day-to-day operations because she wants something done right there and now. She does not possess any individual power or authority over office daily operations. She has caused me to fall behind on task and daily duties such as bills and repairs and maintenance property because of the constant abuse of authority and consistent emails and phone calls. Things were not done in a timely fashion, nor were they able to be completed on time. Lastly, Janika has refused to sign bills because she didn't see them on the check detail list. It is my understanding that when I was hired, when the board of directors vote to approve the current or previous bills month, it meant bills for all that month. This has not ever been an issue nor concerns from other directors in the past. Once Janika became president, policy and procedure were out the window, but most of her lack of inability to fill the open seat for our board, as well as make honest decisions when presented agenda items in our monthly meetings. My biggest issue with Janika is the way that she tries to control things that she does not have authority over. Secondly, as soon as I correct her on her reminder of where she stands in the office daily operations, things such as closed sessions begin to happen. And lastly, as it become a habit, that I have to explain myself as well as repeat what I have told Janika more than once, not several times before she finally understands what I have stated to her. Janika also has a tendency to refuse to sign bills that has caused us to fall 2 months behind now in her monthly bills. It is part of her civil duty to sign checks for bills as a director. It is also out of my control that bills happen to come in on a monthly basis, whether or not they are in the list of monthly bills. They need to get paid regardless and mailed out in a timely fashion. In closing, through the presidency of Janika Quinones, myself, along with previous general managers have been consistently pulled into closed session by Janika for months at a time. This now makes it 6 times in 2 years just for me alone. What I'm requesting from the board is that they take this letter and evaluate the president's actions. And then he gives contact information. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Any other documents?
You could pull up that second one if you would like, just so everyone can see what it is. This is a policy that we read earlier. It just states that the board of director, one director cannot act alone has no individual authority. Okay. This last one is proof that Mr. Rojas did contact the person regarding posting our ad in the paper. It says from Ms. Rickerby, my apologies for the delay. I was out of office, so on vacation. Called and left a message for you just a bit ago, but I feel free to call me back at your convenience so we can discuss the questions you have. That was, let me see. Our office will be closed Friday, December 5th and January 1st. It doesn't say, oh, does it say when she?
It's the 29th of December.
29th at 9:39 a.m. So Nate doesn't go into the office until 10, so she wasn't able to contact him. This also says that Hello, Ashley. Can I have some questions and suggestions about the previous email regarding to an ad posting? Can you please give me a call today to discuss questions? My name is Nate. I'm here till 2 p.m. today and every day till Thursday. That was on Monday, December 21st. All right. Thank you, Chief.
I think that's it, right?
Yeah. Let me see. So my phone is about to die. I need to grab a charger. So Nate, if you would like to discuss the items that you put up there, you can go ahead.
I'll let the directors go first, and then if they have questions, I'll answer them.
Okay. Do any directors have comments on what I presented?
Well, for myself, I can say it's a lot of information to go over. It would have been nice to have this stuff from both sides instead of just getting it, right now. A lot of the stuff from Nate's just coming in now. But I'm sure we can, talk on some of it, but there's a lot of issues here to go over that we need to probably read into, but we can discuss some of the problems that we've had up till now. Basically, I think Janika, since most of your stuff that you have compiled probably should, the issues that we're having in all these emails probably should be discussed between you and Nate on maybe what the perception was that you got and what he was doing, because it looks like we have a lot of going back and forth of disagreements on what should be done, when it should be done, and who's supposed to do it.
Okay. Okay. I could I guess I could talk first then. So okay, so my emails, anytime I've had I guess a disagreement with Nate about what his responsibilities are, or him not doing something in a timely manner, I have sent that out to Director Lore. So she's received these emails previously. As far as him not posting that the general manager advertisement on the board as asked, I don't feel like I'm not harassing him when I ask him about bills. As far as me not signing any bills because they're not approved bills, that's something that I will continue to do, because until the board approves the bills, we shouldn't be signing the checks for them to go out anyway. I feel I'm holding up my right as a director to do that. As you heard in all those in that email, that when I talked to Nate about just asking him for simple updates from the office, he wants to go back and forth on things. This is something that repeatedly occurs.
But if you look in some of the emails, I've also given her updates on some of the things she's requested. And then the follow-up email, she's also asked the same thing after I've previously given her an update. Like, for example, the general manager speaking with the advertisement lady about the 2 days. I didn't have a chance to get to do it because I was doing the bills that day when she wanted me to do it. So I was using up most of my time to get those bills printed up, so that way I can have all the directors come in, or have the directors come in that were able to come in and sign off on the checks. So being in that position, I was making sure that those priorities were straight before I can get to doing what Janika asked me to do.
So Nate, I do understand that. I told you this before. As far as I get, you have to print out the bills so we can sign them. But getting a general manager in that office is very high on the board's priority list. This is something we need to occur as soon as possible. And every time we've had a vacant general manager position, it puts more stress and weight on you.
Yes,
So
it
me
does. And
asking you,
I do agree with you. I do agree
so
with you
can
about
you
the
can
general
you just
manager
give me a
stuff.
second? Just give me a second. So by you not prioritizing that to post that advertisement, to contact them again about that advertisement after in all of our meetings, the board has stated this is our priority. It just shows that you're not following, that you're either not understanding what the board prioritizes or you're just not doing it.
Okay, so back to the email thing. But no, I did hear what you said. And yes, the prioritizing, yes, that is a big issue. But once my mind is set on doing something, I want to complete that before I can complete something else. Because if I start doing one thing and doing something else at the same time, I'm totally gonna lose track or make a mistake on either one of those things that I'm doing. I do not want to make mistakes on stuff like that. It's
No,
not
I
intentional.
under,
It's not intentional. It's not purposely. It's once I'm focused on one thing, I want to get that focus done and out the way. And
okay.
when like I'm getting the emails from you, I'm trying my hardest not to engage in those emails, but when they keep coming in and keep coming in, it gets frustrating. And yes, I agree with you that all the weight from the previous general manager or just all the weight from what the general manager is supposed to do does get frustrating. It really does. If I can have one of the directors come in and help me on their free time, that would be awesome. But
So
unfortunately, directors have day jobs.
no, and the
So I
directors aren't
don't,
allowed to do certain
well,
things.
that as well. So
That's why we
that's
have the
also
district
the
employees.
other thing too. That's the what I was going to get to. But yes, that's also the other issue. So I mean, having help to eliminate some of the stress would really help a lot.
Yeah,
But the
that's
constant
that's
interference and the the other stuff, we won't really go into detail or depth on that. It gets really frustrating and it gets really upsetting.
okay.
There's times where I've sat in this office so frustrated and irritated that I wanted to leave and call it a day. But I stuck it out and I stepped outside and regained my focus and tried to complete what I had to do.
Nate, we all understand that you do, that is, it's definitely something that you can get frustrated on. But my issue is that when I ask you to prioritize something because the board wants it done immediately and as soon as possible, it's something that you do not do and you have disregarded multiple times because you're so focused on doing something else that can wait because it's there. It could wait. You get what I'm saying? Like you're
No, I
busy
get it. I
printing
get
out
it.
checks.
I get it.
You're busy printing out checks that aren't even approved yet. That board members shouldn't be signing because they're not approved yet. You understand? So when I
Janika,
ask you to do certain things, it's kind of, it's disrespectful and it's being insubordinate when
So
the
I
person
will
who's
agree with you.
managing you tells you to prioritize something and you decide not to do it.
I'll
And then
agree
you
with
go
you on
ahead
that.
and write an email stating that I'm harassing you because I'm asking you to do your job.
I have a question.
Yes, Director Laura?
We need, it's regarding the bill situation.
Yeah.
And Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're stating that, Janika, you're stating that the bills only get signed once that's been put on the agenda and approved. We can't do that because you're going to have the electric bill coming in. You're going to have all these bills coming in that have a due date that may be prior to our meeting. And those bills need to get paid. We can't wait a month or even longer once they come in for it to be the next meeting to be signed. They still need to be signed on a regular basis. And then those bills are put on for us to approve. Most of them are approved prior because they're regular bills and are
Like
always on there.
utility bills, right? And our utility bills, our credit card bills, those are things I don't have issue signing. I've signed those when I've gone in. What the other bills that I'm talking about, he'll ask us to do reimbursements, or he'll ask us for these other odd bills that I don't know what they are. And I ask him for more information about, and he didn't have it, or Mr. Nelson didn't have it at the time, so I didn't sign them. So,
Okay,
so,
those things I
so
don't.
as far as like the reimbursements, I get phone calls in regards to those reimbursements. So I do what I'm asked to do. Well, not asked to do, but I do what is necessary. Print the check out, and if it's told to put on the agenda, I will put it on the agenda. But these reimbursements, I don't control. Those are out of my control. So when I'm constantly getting asked about, oh, did my reimbursement get signed, or did this
And
guy's this get signed? I feel bad because I have to tell them no.
so when it comes to reimbursements, like I told you, Mr. Nelson, before, when he was our general manager, for any reimbursements, I wanted an email stating that it was approved, who it was approved by, why it was approved, and have that printed out and attached to the check, to the invoice,
Uh-huh.
or the receipt or whatever. If I don't see that information there, I'm asking for that info before I sign a check for it.
Okay, that's understandable, but
That's what
yeah,
I've
no, I
always
understand.
done,
I
and I'll
understand that.
continue to do that.
I understand that totally.
So
Okay, so I understand now. I thought you meant that you weren't signing any checks if they hadn't been approved. So
Well,
no,
thank you for
there was a
clarifying that.
few. There was a few. There was a few. I think a few times it was utility bills because it was a past due amount, and she didn't want to
and
sign it because it wasn't on the check detail.
no, what it was that you put the wrong amount on there, and I asked you to correct the amount that was due. And that's happened a couple times. I said, I'm not going to sign this. You need to fix it. Those were for, I believe you had it once for the water company. Recently, you had it for our gas for Silver Valley. When we go over there, it's happened on one of the gas cards, I believe, or was it one of the
Actually, I did a
credit
follow up
cards
on
or
that
the?
that fuel card. Now that you bring that up,
Okay,
I did a follow
yeah.
up on that
So
because they called.
my point is that for those ones, the amount was wrong. So I'm
No,
not going to
actually,
sign
it
a
wasn't.
check
It
for
wasn't.
a amount that was incorrect,
No, it was not.
because checks being
After
inaccurate
I spoke to
aren't going
you
to be
that
signed by
day,
me.
after I spoke to you that day, that fuel company called, and I brought it up like you mentioned. Oh, this is the wrong amount, and they clarified, no, that was for the previous month plus on top of that the late fee charge. So
So
then I
what
asked them, hold on, I asked them if that's the only one. They stated no. We're still late on the one for December as well. So
I'm not,
that one was going to be $93. The one you mentioned was also the same for the same reason, because it was late and there was a late fee added onto it. So that's two.
when the invoice says balance due and that balance due amount doesn't match what's on the check, then I have questions. And I would like my questions answered before I go ahead and sign something.
So let me ask you this
Those,
question
you
real
didn't
quick.
have those answers for me when I was there to sign it, so I didn't sign it.
So I'm gonna ask you this question real quick. On the I believe it was the very last page, did you look at the top of the statement in the little boxes where it told you uh current amount, past due amount, and total balance?
Nate, yes, I looked at all of that. We went over it in the office.
So then you should have seen the
Balance that you
late fee on
printed,
there too.
we're not,
That's
what
what I'm
I'm
getting
telling
at.
you is that whatever was due, that's what your check should be made out for. You're not, what you're speaking about is one specific bill. I don't have the bill that I'm refuting in front of me, and I can't tell you what those amounts were. What I'm stating is that when I go into the office, if the numbers don't match for balance due and what you print out, then I have questions for you. And I would like those questions answered. If they don't get answered, then, or you don't have documentation stating why something's being reimbursed, then I don't feel comfortable signing something. Because as a director, when I sign a check, I'm stating, yes, this is the correct amount. Yes, this is okay, because I am authorizing our taxpayer dollars to go towards that. And I want to be held accountable. And if I don't know the answers, I'm not going to do it. Because at the end of the day, I'm accountable for signing my name on that information. So when I ask you for lists and details on checks that haven't been signed and who and which ones they are and when they're due, that's something that I think you would want to prioritize, because I'm trying to get those bills taken care of as well.
All right, so what about the time that I went over stuff like that with you over the phone? You still refuse to sign those checks, even though
Yeah.
I
And
provided you the proper
when
information.
I refused to sign those checks, it was because you started yelling at me on the phone. And I'm not going to go into an office where someone is acting hostile towards me.
I was not yelling.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so now when I provided you the proper information, when the bill was due, how much they when it was due, why it was late, and how much the total amount was, you still didn't want to sign it. You still
I
gave me a
then
hard
asked
time
you,
about it.
when that bill was due. I asked you, has it been approved?
And that's the other thing too.
And then I said, can you provide me a list of everything? Has it been approved yet? You didn't want to go into that. And then you got upset
No.
stating that
I
directors
gave
don't
you all that information over the
office,
phone with the check detail.
and I was on my way there to sign everything. You got hostile over the phone, stating that directors need to come in and do more, and you're not our personal secretary. I was just asking
I
for
wasn't
information, so
your
I
personal
didn't.
secretary. Your personal
Right.
secretary.
And right, you're not my personal secretary. So by me asking you for information regarding the CSD bills that I was on my way to sign, you got upset. Point being, I want to know what I'm signing before I sign it. We could move on from the checks unless any directors have questions regarding that.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna kind of get in here a little bit. First off, I'm not sure that everybody understands maybe the procedure that's got to be gone through. Number one, a board member cannot sign anything that there's not justification for the full amount. So if the amounts don't match, regardless of what, even if you know that there's a late charge because they called you or whatever, you can't sign a check that you don't have confirmation of the totals. Number two, it's not a harassment to ask your person doing your checks or whatever to do certain things. That's not a harassment. And then if you don't get the answer and you ask again, that's not harassment. The board of directors' hands are tied when it comes to money. Their hands are tied when it comes to writing the checks and getting everything ready. Everything's supposed to be prepared for them with the invoice, put together, You present them with all the bills at one time. They go through them with someone that's there that can answer a question if that's what they usually do or need to do. And as they go through, if that check does not match the invoice, then if it would be me, I would ask the person, what total did you get this from, or is there another invoice? But no director is supposed to sign anything that doesn't match. And for us to be sitting here, both of you going back and forth, and then it being called harassment, the job is to get the bills paid and on time. And from what I can tell here, obviously we're not getting our bills paid on time. So the procedure that we're using has got to be fixed. But we just can't call when someone's trying to get bills done or work done in the CSD as a board member. I mean, their time is limited too, just like yours is where you're working. So if they ask and ask and ask because the things are not getting done, it's not harassment, it's something trying to get accomplished. And if either the paperwork's wrong, or maybe Nate, you're not getting what she's saying or whatever, we got to figure that part out. But again, you got to get back to the point. I'm kind of upset to hear that we have a lot of late charges. That's kind of a ridiculous thing to have when I have somebody in the office every day, or, you know, the weekdays, that we're not getting our bills paid on time. And I understand Nate's side of people are not signing them for certain reasons. Whatever it might be, those need to be corrected before it comes to the board member. Everything should be checked out, done, corrected, and positively matches and everything else. So the board member skims through them, reads them, sees what it is, the totals match, they sign the check. Obviously, that's not getting done, and that's probably looks like where some of the problem is. But the other problem is Nate's wanting help from the board members, and the board members are not allowed to do the work in the office, and there's a reason for that. The board members cannot vote on an item and then go in and cut checks and get everything ready and write checks and get invoices, because that's not their job to do. That there's a break there, so you don't have improprieties done where people are doing things for friends or for themselves or whatever, or money's being taken for something else. There's a break in that. That's why there's a general manager, secretary in the office. They prepare everything, they get everything ready, and then the board members only sign it. They can ask questions, but they can't prepare all that stuff. They're voting on it to be paid. So they're voting on it to be paid is their half, and the office's half is to get it ready for them to get out in a timely manner, that we're not getting charged late fees. And for you guys to argue back and forth over the phone, and if Janika's wanting you to pay something sooner because it's got to be paid or whatever, I mean, it's nice to have, you know, everything set in stone on what you do, but it's just not that way in an office. If Janika gets a call from somebody and says that they're 2 months late on something, and she called you and says she's got to have you work on that now, you need to try and find some time to get it done, because it's something that we're behind on or didn't get done. So the board of directors' job is not to run the office, but it's to keep things running smooth for the CSD. And that's part of that, is keeping the office running smooth. And from what I can see is we're going back and forth all over the place. So one of my questions that I had that kind of ties into this, and it's a question to Nate. Nate, you've been very vocal and wrote messages and notes about you don't want to have anything to do with the general manager's job, or you don't want to do it. Is that correct?
That is correct, because I don't want to be held accountable for, you know, monies being misspent or being falsely accused of stealing money. And so that's why I don't want to have that kind of access to the bank account, you know, the bank cards and stuff, like, well, not the bank cards, but the like it slipped out of my mind.
Well, okay, well, let me kind of answer that first part that you started with. Okay, so you kind of put us directors in a bad position because we're not allowed to touch those things. And if you're the only one in the office, but yet you won't do that work, then obviously we have to find someone to do it. So if you have to have a person in the office, then we probably need to find someone to do that job and, in a temporary time until we can find somebody. But if you're not going to do it, like when Savannah was there, probably she did it without being the person in charge for, I don't know, a year or so. And what we need is in between general managers is someone to do the bills and do the stuff, and take care of the banks and everything, because the general manager is not there. You're the only one we have. And so if you won't do it, then I guess we have to maybe let you off till we get a general manager, and then hire somebody from a temp agency or something, because a board member is not supposed to be in there doing it. And they can't even come in there and help you do the banking. We can't do that. So you asking them to come in and help you with your work, they can't do the banking, the money and checks and all that stuff. They can only sign.
Yeah, well,
So
that's what I mean by coming in and helping. Like, I can have checks sitting here for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I'm sitting here with one signature on all these checks. And I've sent out an email, and like weeks prior. But I mean, I understand that you guys as the directors have day jobs. I totally get that. And like we've talked before, Gary, if I need you to come in and sign checks on the weekend, give you a call, let you know. But I'm also willing to do the same. If a director asks me to stay 15 minutes, 10 minutes after I'm off at 2 o'clock, then I'm totally willing to do it. But that's mostly kind of like the reason behind why we have late fees on our bills, was because I sent out a notice saying that we need check signs or
We
checks
also,
signed.
Nate, we're also late because for 2 months, the bills weren't on the agenda and they weren't approved.
Well, then there's that too.
Yeah.
But the checks were
weren't put on
printed.
them.
The checks were printed. They just there wasn't, I believe it was a check detail. It wasn't a breakdown of the checks. I believe that's why they sat there for that long.
We sat
but
there
every
because
agenda, there should be a review of the checks that are due to pay. Every single one. We shouldn't leave them off. They've got to be approved. In fact, some of them, we don't even have a whole month to pay them. Some bills come in with only 2 weeks to get them
Right.
paid. So
Right.
we need to be on top of this stuff, and we need to get the stuff done. And with you not wanting to do any of the general manager's job, it's putting the board in a pretty bad situation. And then when things are not getting paid and Janika's getting called, or whoever, Debbie, anybody, whoever's getting called, they can only say that, I don't prepare the bills or get them ready. I just sign the checks. So then they've got to get a hold of you. So you can't call it harassment when they're calling.
I have the
you trying
checks
to get things
prepared on
done.
time. I've always had them on time. All the checks have been sitting there on time. It's just
I think
but I mean, now let's go to the general manager. Let's go to the general manager thing real quick that Gary was touching on. Now, Gary, I'm gonna ask you this. What is it exactly that I need to have control over as far as like banking?
Well, like I just finished mentioning to you, the directors can't do anything to do with the banking. They do the voting on what gets paid, how it gets paid, if they're going to move the money from a bank to a bank or whatever they're going to do. That's why they can't be the ones doing that. It has to be done by somebody in the office.
and it has to be done accurately.
So, I
With
mean,
all the
I understand you
information
saying that you don't feel that you want to do that, but then that ties our hands that we need to find maybe even a temporary somebody else to do that until we find a general manager, because it's still got to be done whether you want to do it or not, and the board members cannot do it. So we do have to fix that.
Okay, so how could I say this without not misunderstanding, but give me a second. Okay, so you want me to have control of like the bank accounts, correct?
Okay,
Like have some kind of like login and password, correct?
Yes, so it's not called control. What you're going to do is the board's going to tell you exactly what needs to be done, and they're going to approve what bills can be paid in the meeting, when there's a list of all the bills and they approve them, then you would go into the bank and you would write the checks, or, you know, you'd scan them, write them, and all that stuff in the office, and then it goes to them. The reason is we have to have two different people doing all the steps. So there's not someone that's in control of the money from approving it to writing the check to doing something with it. That's how money gets taken. So the break is trying to get rid of that.
Okay.
Okay,
So
I think he does do that. I think he does pay the bills and stuff. It's just not through the bank, it's through QuickBooks, right?
right.
So he is doing that as far as the checks and stuff goes.
Yeah, so when the checks get printed out, it automatically comes out of the bank account. So, you know, the only thing I can't see on QuickBooks is how much we have in that bank account. That's the only thing I cannot see. Also, I'm not on the what's it called? The to make deposits for the CSD. I believe I have the account numbers maybe on the checks that we print out. I'm not too sure. I haven't really looked into that or got into depth with the people at DCB on where I can find that information. Because
even if you were to have that, you can't make a deposit because you're not a signer or anything on the account.
from what she said, that was my understanding, but I want to call her back. I want to call him back and double check
When
to
did
make
you
sure.
talk to her regarding that?
Clarissa, that wouldn't be right. The board members cannot take money in and out. It's done by the board approving one way or another what to do with the money. And then the office does do that. The general manager would do deposits and all that stuff. And then they write the checks and then we sign them. Then that way they can't do things with the money.
But that's because the general manager has been put on as a person to be able to do that. Nate hasn't been able or been put on, so he wouldn't be able to do that. I can't even go into my husband's bank and deposit his paycheck into the bank unless I'm on the account, because I tried to do that and they would not let me do that.
I'm having a real hard time hearing you. So I think I heard what you were saying, but I mean, in my account, if somebody wants to put money in my account, as long as they're depositing, they will let them do that. But I mean, that's kind of a different problem than we have here, because we have rules, regulations, we have all this stuff that we've got to go by. And the reason is to make sure no money can be stolen, you know, somebody steal it that easy. So that's why you have half the people do one part of it, and then there's a break, and then the other half of people do the other part. So that way, when they see something that doesn't match or doesn't have a invoice that makes sense, then a question can come up. But other than that, things should be signed as they come through, because the checks are supposed to be identical to what the invoices are. And then when you've got your Edison and you've got gas and all that stuff, that should be your monthly bills that as they come in, you pay, and the general manager would initial them. Then they would go past the board member that's going to sign the checks, and then they initial on that also, that it matches what got paid.
Quick question, Gary. As we're talking about utilities and pay and so on and so forth, isn't the gas that we have to pay for Silver Valley, wouldn't that be considered as a normal bill? I mean, we have to do it. We can't let it go. Is that considered as part of, I mean, we're talking about utilities, but.
Well, if you're talking about utilities, that'd be propane and stuff. The gasoline is a different story. That would have to come in, that'll come in an invoice with showing each time they bought it and all that stuff. So that's a little bit different.
Right, but what I'm asking on that is, are we still have to pay it when it comes in, right?
Yes, but on a timely matter, we should be doing our bills. We can do them twice a week, or twice a month, excuse me, twice a month to make sure we're within 15-day periods when some of them want that. But the office has got to process them, print the checks, get a hold of board members. Board members have to go in. They look at the both sign the check, they initial the bill that is on the check, and then a copy of the check goes with the bill and gets put into the file for what you paid for that week or month or whatever you did. But the biggest thing, I mean, the process is really pretty easy. The thing is keeping it separated, making sure you don't have directors and general managers and secretaries doing both sides, because they just can't. They can't do both jobs. That's why when you go in to have your signing card done, it's only directors that are able to sign only.
Correct. And I'm understanding what you're saying. What I was asking is, right now it was only been talking mostly on utilities. But what I'm trying to find out is, isn't the gas, the fuel that we have to pay, wouldn't that be part of the bills, even though, because you have to pay it, because the school district can change their mind in a minute if they feel like it, because we didn't pay our bills.
Well, like I said, you're going to do that every 2 weeks anyway. You
Okay,
can do it
so-
every 2 weeks or every month. All
So
your
that-
bills have got to be paid off, and that's why
Okay.
we're getting late fees. I would
Okay.
like to see how much late fees we've chalked up because we're just not signing checks, or we're not getting them ready in time.
Okay, I was just making
Or
sure
they're
that
not
was part
accurate,
of.
yeah.
Well,
Right.
it's a whole process that's got to be worked out. And our biggest problem is if we have an employee in the office that doesn't want to do the job, all right, now as board of directors, we've got to figure that out and get somebody in there that wants to, that will do it. And if I would say, we're probably bad at it, because I would bet Savannah did it as the secretary for a year. Okay, because we couldn't find a person that wanted to do general manager job. And then she finally moved up to it. Well, we've always just, when the general manager left, we just put the secretary in and said, okay, you just do all the general manager's job till we find one. But now we've run into a fact where our secretary doesn't want to do that. So now we're kind of in a pickle that we've got to figure something out pretty quick.
So on Monday to solve the bank stuff, here's what I'll do is I'll call DCB and ask them what needs to be done to be able to make a deposit for the district, for the office, because I'm not on the paperwork as someone that can be making the deposit. But I
Have
will
you
double
checked
check
with them?
on Monday.
Have you checked with them?
I did check because I wanted to deposit some money from the office, because we have money sitting in the safe that needs to be deposited from when after Steve left.
So what
That's
do you
just
do with
money
the
for
checks that come? What do you do
it's
with the checks that come in for taxes or not taxes, but stuff that you get like flags or anything? What do you do with that money?
that sits in the safe in a lockbox. I can't
What if
deposit
somebody
it.
comes in and pays for something, you just have all this money in the lockbox?
Well, from what I was showed by Michael Sint, that the office is supposed to have like a set amount for stuff like that. So like if people come in for like a burn permit, and they don't
You're
have
referring
change,
to
we
petty cash,
would,
right?
what's that?
You're referring to petty cash, so you could give
Right,
someone change?
right.
Okay.
But since I'm not,
One-
I haven't been able to make a deposit, the money that people come in to pay for like flags, I ask them if they can get the exact change.
Yeah,
Or
but
I
then
ask them to
You
make
can't
out the
just
check.
put that in. You can't just put that into petty cash. Your petty
Well,
cash.
no, it
amount
doesn't
has
go
to be
into
voted
petty
on
cash.
by the
It
board.
sits in that little lockbox.
Yeah, but it has to
in
be
our-
deposited daily or at least often. You can't just hold money in the office.
And that's what he's saying. He hasn't been able to
Yeah, I got it.
deposit it.
Yeah,
Right,
so
we have no
that's
one-
This hasn't
so-
been brought up to me at all. I've never heard, he's never once stated to me that all this cash is piling up in the CSD and he hasn't been able to deposit it. That's a breakdown of communication. That's something that I ask for updates on a weekly basis and he doesn't tell me.
Okay, so Gary, did you not say that this needs to be deposited, but that directors can't do it?
Every time the money comes in, it needs to be deposited. You're not supposed to keep extra money. You have change for paying people, you know, back if they give you a bigger bill or whatever, but you should have a petty cash drawer or box or whatever you want to call it. But you don't just collect money coming in and keep adding to that amount and make it bigger and bigger and bigger. You're supposed to have a certain amount which is voted on by the board. The rest goes in the bank.
Gary, may I step in for a second? So what I was trying to say regarding this is that I didn't want Nate to contact me so I could make the deposit. I would have wanted him to contact me so we could figure out what needs to be done months ago. Because now we know he can't make those deposits. We should have had this figured out long time ago. If this was told to me, then, you know, we could have taken the steps from there. I wasn't saying that he needs to tell me so I could take the money and go to the bank and put it in our account.
So Gary, are you stating that at this point we need to now find someone at present time, if possible, that can even do the deposits? Because that's where we're at, right?
All right, so what I'll do on my part is I'll contact DCB and ask them what needs to be done in order for me to be able to make those deposits. I'll have them also send it in an email and also have the copy sent to you guys as well, so that way you guys are all in the loophole. From this point forward, as far as prioritizing stuff like that, I'll do my best to prioritize things in a better and timely fashion.
But
Yeah,
Nate,
I will agree that it's
something-
not,
Nate,
the
other
yeah.
thing you got to do is you got to work with the board of directors, and
Right,
whether it
right.
be Janika, me, or whoever. I've not had a lot of problems when I talk to you about the bank and all that stuff. You do
Right,
a
because
very
you were
good
straight and
job
to the
with me.
point. That's the thing. And I've never had that issue with you before. I've never had that issue with Clarissa. I've never had that issue with Debbie.
So, I have an email stating that the general manager and the treasurer, they can make deposits into into DCB account even if they're not signers.
Yes, that's true.
So if that's the case, then Nate, you shouldn't have any issues making any deposits. Have you gone to the bank to do one before and were turned
No,
away?
I've called before I went in there. I've called and they said I would have to have the account number and have to be on some kind of paperwork. I don't remember what the paperwork was that they said. I want to say I want to
When
say
did
a
this
signer.
occur,
I'm not, huh?
Nate?
What?
When did you contact them?
That was about a week ago.
So
That
this
wouldn't-
entire time you've been
Yeah, that
sitting
wouldn't be for making a deposit. Like I said, I send people all the time that I work for. They go into my account all the time, and they can, as long as they got your account number, they can put a deposit in it. And we've always had them even there at the CSD. Anybody that working in the office can take in the deposit. Savannah, when she was just secretary, she just take them in. She wasn't a signer on any of the accounts, but she could take in a deposit. She could not move money or do anything else with it, but she could do the depositing.
I'll call on Monday and make sure. I'll double check with them.
Do you
And
have
then,
the account numbers that you need, Nate?
That
I
I'm
believe
gonna
you
ask
can.
them where I can find that on our checks. You know,
They're just
the
on
checks
the
that we print
second
out for the
line.
bills.
If you go in with a deposit and you show them the deposit slip and you filled it all out and go in, you don't need any more than that. It's all on the deposit slip. You don't even need to say anything to them. You hand them the deposit, they count it and credit your account that's on the deposit slip.
That's very correct because I do that at my job every day.
Okay, and Nate, you have the deposit slips then?
There's a thing of deposit slips in there. I've done it. I did
Okay.
it the way I was showed how to do it, like to track the money. You know, I wrote it down the way I was taught to do it. But I didn't make the deposit because I wanted to make sure what I had to do before I went and do that. One thing I was made aware of is DCB is not allowing anyone inside the building. They're only for deposits. They're only allowing people to go through the drive-through. But like I said, on Monday I'll call and I'll double check with them, you know, what their process is for doing a deposit and what they are and are not allowing people to do as far as when it comes to that.
Okay, so basically from here on out, once you to contact them on Monday, you need to make sure that you let us know what the status is on that and what they say, so we know that you're either able to or not able to.
Okay.
And then if you're able to, then you need to make sure that you start making those deposits on a regular basis.
Right.
So are you saying now that you will do some of these general managers' jobs or not? I mean, we kind of need to know where your direction is because you're the only
Well,
one.
after further discussing it with you guys, yes, I'm willing to do it, because that way you guys got an idea of where I stand with that, why I was hesitant. You see, you get where where I'm going with this. I was hesitant because I wasn't sure about certain things and, you know, other stuff like that. Now that I have more information on what I can and can't do and what could and could not be done, then yeah, I'm willing to step up and, you know, fulfill that till we find someone.
Okay, well, that'll help out a lot. And now the only other thing I could ask is that you and Janika both be a little more hesitant on arguing with each other and try to work more together. When she calls and needs something, it might be important and she has to have it right then. And you may have to, or
Okay,
me,
so
or Clarissa, we all need to work together. I know you've got all these directors, you've got all these people, you've got people calling every day, but you need to just take a deep breath and back up and realize that sometimes there's a lot of stuff out there to do, and just let everybody know you'll get it done in a timely manner. So we're not arguing and yelling at each
I
other
agree. I
and
agree.
stuff.
I agree with that 100%. And yeah, I do need to take a step back sometimes when I am getting frustrated.
Well, and Nate, you
It's
know, call
understandable.
me at any time because I do this stuff every day.
Okay.
Every day I take care of exactly what you're doing,
Okay.
plus a lot more. So if you
Okay.
run into you can't get something done, call me and let me help walk you through it to tell you where to go and who to talk to.
Okay.
And if
okay,
you
so
prioritizing too, Nate, call Gary and ask him, because he can help you with getting some type of workflow going so that you know, okay, this needs to be done here. I can put this in front of that because I don't have to do that right away. Those type of things, so that you have somebody as a guide to be able to help you better prioritize. But I
All right.
agree with Gary. We all need to put everything else behind us, start over fresh. And from this point on, you know, if you're sent an email asking for something, you know, follow through as best you can. Everybody needs to take a step back and not get so frustrated, even though I understand your frustration, because, you know, you are trying to do both jobs and you're not used to that. But at that point, that's when, you know, you need to ask for help.
I mean,
We need to respect each other.
guys,
Yes.
can I make a statement real quick? Okay, so as far, let me try to get this out. As far as me taking a step back and being unwilling to argue with Nate, as most of you can see through these meetings and everything, I try to conduct myself usually in a very professional manner. I try to do this respectfully. I don't yell at anybody. It's kind of like, we ask him, he's been asking for these breaks repeatedly. We've had other reviews where we ask Nate to continually, hey, I need you to do this. your emotions are taking over. You need to take a step back. We've had countless meetings of him stating that he's going to do this. So far, he hasn't shown that he can do this. I want to know what's going to change. How do we know it's going to change? Because from the last meeting to this meeting, the only thing that's changed is that we've had a general manager in between. The only thing that's changed is now he is writing long emails stating that I'm violating Brown Acts for calling him into a closed session. I don't see any changes. I don't see any guarantees coming along from him stating, like showing that he's going to change his behavior, or that he's capable of changing his behavior, or that he will do his job accurately. These are things that I try to give him lots of breaks on, because I do understand it's a hard job. But at some point, he has to be held accountable for doing his job and doing it accurately, because this is what our taxpayers pay him for.
Well, I think all those points are good. And I think everybody needs to realize on both sides. Number one, Nate has never had to do it all on his own. And Janika hasn't been the president before. So I think, you know, and I agree with Janika, she doesn't get upset. And yes, I will agree, Nate does get upset. Sometimes he gets disturbed and he tries to step back and he tries to make it better and relax. But I'm going to tell you that the stress of this job is not going to go away, and what we're supposed to do is not going to go away. So Nate needs to understand Janika has to ask the questions, and Janika's got to understand that Nate might not know, and maybe we have to help him do it. But the arguing and the yelling and everything is what we got to stop. But I did want to talk to Nate on one item, just so he understands. A closed session isn't always a bad thing. A closed session, the reason why we have to have those as directors is we're not supposed to bring out personal things and things about an employee in front of the public unless they want to. That's why there's a Brown Act. So first we give them a letter on going into the closed session. It's not always bad. It could just be a review telling them how they're doing, good or bad, or things that they need to do, or that they're doing everything fine. The closed session is not meant to be a bad thing. So don't always reject it as everything's going to be bad. And the director should look at the fact of there is some good things that Nate does too. He worked very well with me when I was trying to get the bank stuff done. I mean, him and I had absolutely no problem. So we should also add in there as good things, but we never should sit and argue with one another. And when it gets to that point, the two of you need to sit down and try to work it out. And if they need to, you could bring another director in to kind of help soothe the thing over and get the problem set. But Nate, you got to understand, closed session is not always bad. It's your right not to have all your business brought out into the open if you don't want it. It's really, most people do not want things done out in the open in a big board meeting where everybody's at. So we should, you know, and you should be told that you're doing good on a lot of things. You're doing a lot of work. You're, as a secretary, you're doing everything that we need done in there, and you need to understand, we know it's a big job, but at the same time, all the directors still need to get all their stuff done, which puts a lot of pressure on you. And you need to just do stuff at the pace you can. If somebody asks you to do something, you need to tell them what you've already got going. And then if they tell you it's something that the governor's office has got to have today, you may have to switch and do stuff like that because it's just the way things are.
So we've kind of talked a lot about him just with his office responsibilities. In the closed session letter, I do mention about his interactions with the fire department. This is coming. Sorry, did someone? I'm hearing myself when somebody's. Okay, I think they muted themselves. Okay, so his interactions with the fire department, this is being brought up because he overstepped, in my view. The directors, we voted that, and we stated that all office staff were not to be interfering with anything that goes on in the fire department. So when this situation occurred, by Nate taking it upon himself and going over there to do what he did, it overstepped his boundaries as an employee of the district.
I did not take it upon myself.
Okay, but you
I
decided to
gave
listen.
you an explanation
Okay.
on that, Janika.
And I'm going to state exactly why you should have contacted the chief or you should have contacted the captain or one of the directors before you went ahead and did what you did. Because our policy states, well, we voted on you being in the office and doing your office duties, and you shouldn't be interfering with the fire department. We've said this multiple times. We said this to past employees because it always causes conflict. We didn't want this to occur. That's why it was to be separate. By you deciding to go ahead and do what that firefighter asked you to do, instead of contacting somebody else like a director or the fire chief if you had questions because that person was a firefighter, or the Captain Mareb because she's captain, then I mean, you overstepped. And then you also stated that you're in charge of all of that. I have it in letters and statements from firefighters. These are, we asked that office staffs not be involved with the fire department. That means you shouldn't overstep your boundaries. You should be in the office doing what you need to do, not hanging out with people. It's just little things like that. Director Laura, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I had a question because I thought when you and I spoke about this situation and we had both read Captain Mareb's email and the piece that Nate sent us stating his side of it, you and I had talked about it, and I thought that we had spoke and made it
Came
to
to a
where
conclusion that it was okay.
that he didn't overstep. He was asked to go do it, and he wasn't asked in a capacity as being the general manager or anything else. He was asked in a capacity as being a friend. And even when Tony said in her email, she had told somebody, tell Nate to contact the firemen. So that's what he did. So I don't get why this part's being brought up again, because I thought that was already taken care of.
So I brought this part up because after me speaking to you, I spoke to the chief regarding this and Captain Mareb. I spoke to the chief and we discussed the situation after me speaking to you. And he stated that employees should not be doing certain things like that. Since Nate was on the clock, he was our employee.
Okay, was it during a break? Was it on the clock? What time was it? And at the same token, you know, we have, yes, I understand Chief Breakbill and I understand Tony, but we don't have both sides to that story. I only had Nate's and Tony's. Nobody ever told me anything about Chief until just now.
So after me speaking to Chief, you were indisposed, Clarissa. I asked Chief to send us an email. I didn't ever receive that email, so I was not able to forward it to you. You know, in the past, whenever I have issues, I do send you everything in email form and I forward you everything. I don't want issues with the fire department and the office to become a big thing. I wanted to nip this in the bud like policy should be doing.
Okay, so on that note, now,
and if you're going to talk about you going to give them supplies, we've discussed how that should be operated and done.
okay, now that's exactly what I was going to discuss. But here's the thing: the fire department has training and stuff they got to do before they can, one, come over and get the stuff, or two, they get a call and they can't come and get the stuff. So
Nate, when we talked about it on the phone, I stated that they should be emailing you a list of what they need or contacting you on the phone with what they need. And then Joe should be able to take over the supplies, or somebody could come pick him up if he's not able to do that.
And I agree. And the majority of the time that does not happen because like I said, they get a call and they're out on a call. So they don't have time to do it. And the majority of the time that call usually lasts,
So
till who knows when, and I'm either gone.
and that's when Joe, being the maintenance person, is supposed to do those supplies. You're supposed to order the supplies. He should be able to hand them out. Okay. All
So
right.
yes, I agree with you that those things should be sent in an
Trying
email
to.
or Joe is to deliver them. But as I mentioned before, I was being courteous because I know how busy they can get over there. And I know I'm aware of some of the things that they have to do on a daily basis before they can, get their supplies or get a chance to ask me for their supplies. That's why I was being courteous and considerate and eliminating that process for them. That's why I would go
Right.
over there
So
when my shift
like
started.
I stated before, Nate, I'm trying to eliminate any distractions so you can get things done in the office that need to be done. That's the whole point. If we could eliminate you going over to the fire department by having Joe take over the supplies, and the fire department calling you or emailing you for supplies, so we have a documentation of what was taken so they can log what was supplied to them, what we gave them, so we can track exactly how many things of toilet paper, how many paper towels, how many cleaning supplies, everything like that, and we have a tracker in the office. That's what needs to be done. That's what I've been asking to get done. It hasn't been done.
I'd like to step in here a little bit. What we need to do with the fire department is one thing. Really, the fire department and the CSD are one. We're all in the same business. But the problem being that the fire department runs independently because of the stuff that they are doing and what they have to do. Okay, they need supplies, they need things ordered, they need things got. Now, once Nate gets them in, there's no reason why, because the station is staffed, according to Chief Breakbill, it's staffed all the time. And if he has something that needs to go over there, I don't see a reason why they can't come over and pick it up. We don't need to have Joe running back and forth or anything. Let the fire department come and pick up their supplies. They'll check them out from him and then take them back over. There's really nothing over at the station that Nate's expertise is going to take care of over there. So if he's having a problem with some of the guys or somebody doesn't like him over there or whatever, I'm sure if he just gets on the telephone with Chief Breakbill, Chief Breakbill will set everything up and keep it nice and calm and everything to send somebody over that doesn't have a problem with what's going on. But I don't see a reason to run back and forth across the road when the fire department guys are over there all the time. So let's just get the order. Let's order it in. Nate can call them and tell them when it's in and they can come and get it. There's enough people going back and forth over there. And if he runs into a problem when there's somebody not there, I'm sure Chief Breakbill would take a call from him and get it taken care of immediately. That makes sense too.
Okay.
Can I speak
Captain,
on that?
I do see your.
I don't think that my firefighters need to be going over to Nate's office. That's what we pay Joe for. Remember, we're volunteers here.
Captain,
Nate gets involved in things he don't need to be in. He needs
Captain Mraz, I understand that you have concerns that you wish to be spoken about and like to be heard of. If you could just send that over in an email to Chief and to myself and the other directors, if you wish, then that's possible. But it's just that this is technically an employee review, so it's more between the directors and Nate being the secretary that we're reviewing. So I do understand you that you have concerns, and we all do want to hear them because the fire department is such an integral part of this community, and we do value what you do, and we want to make sure that you guys are supplied and have what you need. It's just during this part of our meeting, we need it's between the directors and the person that we're reviewing. So I'm sorry to cut you off. I really don't mean to. It's just we have to make sure that we address what needs to be addressed between the directors. So please send an email. Yes, Director Laura.
Yeah, and I'm going to also state on this part that again, we may not all like each other, we may not all get along, but we need to conduct ourselves as adults. And if a subject or topic or supplies need to be picked up or whatever the case may be, or delivered, or however we work it out, we need to do that in a professional manner and do our jobs and have our personal opinions second to that. I don't like everybody that I work with, but I still have to work with them.
Okay, so I think I brought up everything that needs to be discussed on my end that I can remember. Nate, did you have anything else? Nate, are you still there?
Sorry, I was on mute. Did we cover the ad thing? Aside from posting it on the board.
Yeah,
I
because
wanted-
that's what I was referring to in that email. You
Okay,
posting it.
well, one thing I wanted to touch on is the timestamp. The timestamp of when I finally got in contact with the lady. I think we might have covered it. I'm not too sure.
We're not. No, so what me notating on that closed session letter, it was not about you posting the agenda when contacting that lady and putting it in the newspaper. That was
Okay.
not what this was regarding. This
Okay.
was regarding you posting it on the bulletin board because that's where the majority of our community can see it on a daily basis if they choose
Okay.
to look there.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I was checking.
So that's what that was about.
Okay.
Was there anything else?
No, I believe that was it.
Yeah, I had one more question that came actually to me through the auditor that has not been able to be addressed, needs to be. There was a certain amount of movies bought in the CSD, and I was wondering if Nate knew anything about that, because it was during a time period when he was working in the office, and I wondered if he knew about someone purchasing movies in the office.
That no, nobody in the office has been purchasing movies or anything to that effect. Those were all charges before the first. Give me a second. Those were all made prior to Steve being hired. Those were all purchases made prior to me even being the only person in the office. So none of those purchases were current. None of them were this year. I don't believe they were last year because I know that the accusation of what you stated, Gary, was made.
Yeah, what I have came from the auditor, and he gave me dates and times and stuff, and so I
Well,
just.
yeah, I know. I heard you on that part, but
Yeah.
like I mentioned, that accusation was made. I know who made it. Along with other accusations as well. But no, those were all made prior to the new general manager. Those were all made prior to me even being in the office, before and after new general manager change.
Okay, can you get that information for me when you, I know you're very busy, that's why I'm not asking for it right away, but can you, because that is out there, can we compile
I
that
think-
so we can put that to rest?
I think I could pull it up in QuickBooks.
Right now.
Okay. All
You got
right,
it, Claire?
yeah, I'm not asking for any certain time period, but if you could get it together for me, because
I
other
can tell you
people
the time period,
brought
Gary.
it to me.
I can tell you the time period.
It's really hard to hear you, Clarissa. I don't know what's.
I also have up the information right now too.
I don't know what's going on with my phone, but can you hear me?
It's very low, but yeah, just go ahead. I'll turn my stuff up.
So I have the dates of the charges that were on my card that I had no access to were from January 13th, 2020 to 6/12 of 2020. There's Prime Video on there. I can give you the exact dates of those Prime videos. April 14th. April 22nd.
What was the first, April 14th?
April 14th, and the amount of 99 cents, or I'm sorry, $5.99. And then again, April 22nd, and the amount of $14.98. May 22nd, and the amount of $14.99. Two on May 30th, both for $5.99. And two on 6/4, it looks like one for $5.99, one for $2.99. And 6/11 was for $2.99. Now I've tried to contact Amazon and as well as the bank. The bank wouldn't let us dispute this because they didn't bring it to my attention until 4 or 5 months after the fact of these charges being put on there, which they should have been brought to our attention right away so we could have stopped the card. And second, I've tried to get with Amazon Prime, and without knowing the account holder, I can't get any information as to where it was purchased.
Okay, if you would put that together for me, I got a bunch of stuff from the auditor too. I should be able to make up something on that if you can. I wrote them down real quick, but I want to make sure that I don't miss a date or
Sure.
time. Or I can get a hold of you later, whichever's best for you.
I can send you a picture of the whole list that I have. I was hoping that the auditor would be able to take the numbers that are on here and find out some information on them.
Well, he was not be able to find some information, but he did lock it down to days when people were working and not working. So I need to match all that together.
Right. Yeah, I can send you a picture of it.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else that the directors have a question on? No? Okay. Nate, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay. So there's one thing that I'm unsure on. I just wanted to see if the directors knew any more information about it. Since he did bring this into an open meeting, are the public allowed to comment on this? I wanted to keep it to the end of our of all the information being presented, but I wasn't sure if public is able to comment.
Well,
I
we
haven't
are
had
in
this
open
situation before.
session, so
Huh? I'm sorry, Gary, what did you say?
we're in open session, but I still think it's an employee review for the board to discuss with them. I think it's an information only for the anybody listening. I don't think they're part of the either the evaluation of the problems or the question.
Okay.
Can we let, well, I guess we're letting them know that now because we are getting, we did get
Questions.
a,
Mhm.
yeah, we did get a chat from Station 12, whoever that belongs to, saying that it's now an open meeting, so the community by law is allowed to speak. At that point, if you keep the public from speaking, you are now going against First Amendment rights, just a heads up. So I don't know who that was from, but that's what we're addressing at this point.
I can look into it and check if you like.
To me, it doesn't matter who it is, but we just need to make sure that they're clear, of what you're saying and that it's not time for public comment here.
Yeah, I mean, I can look in to see if they can speak on what we just went over.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that nobody's being left out of anything that, they should have a right to do or whatever the case may be.
Hmm.
I don't see them on here anymore either, but
So I have something, it talks about evaluations. So this would be a document, I'm assuming. It states that if an evaluation is used by a public body during an open meeting, the employee evaluation is created, and then it basically states that the public records, and then the public can comment on it because it is during open.
Yes, it looks like that's in 54950 of the Brown Act.
Yes. So because it's done openly,
Yes,
the
because
public should
the
have the right.
employee allowed it to be an open session, then it can.
Okay.
okay. So Station 12, I believe they left, but if they want to jump back on, they can comment real quick before we close everything.
Yeah. Okay, so since all the directors have spoken and so has Mr. Rojas, we'll go to public comment at this time. Do we have a public comment? I will scroll through to see if anybody would like to say something. Ms. King, I do see your hand. You may speak at this time. Remember, it's 5 minutes, ma'am.
Sure. I'm not going to take that long. I wish I had known I'd be allowed to speak because I would have taken some time as Director Yearsley to go over the past couple of years to state some of the things positive about Nate as well, because there have been positive things. However, I still believe that he is not qualified for the position he holds, much less doing the positions that you guys are putting on him now as to try and do things for general manager. And I've addressed concerns about setting him up for failure because I don't like seeing people set up for failure. I'd rather see people set into positions that they can succeed in. And I do see closed sessions as a way of trying to communicate problems and issues before they become so large because of time. And so I appreciate that this board is trying to use closed sessions to try to to get things properly organized or properly working with the people that they have employed. And it's my hope that in the future, that future employees like the general manager will recognize that it's not just to like smack them over the head. It's to kind of just work through things that are not working with an environment where the whole board in its entirety is able to put in input in what will make the office work properly, so that we're getting things done properly, and so that the directors are comfortable signing checks because they know and understand what it is that's being presented in front of them, and that kind of thing. So I'm looking forward to a future where you have what you need to operate more efficiently. So thank you for having the session. And I also look forward to seeing more information about the audit, because the charges for the Prime Video came out in the committee for the budget, because that's where they became public knowledge. It's where they became understood that something had happened in the office during a period of 9 months when only 2 employees worked in the office, and that would be Joe and Nate. And Nate, is my understanding, has access to the computer. I'm not sure if Joe has access to the computer or not. And I know that the credit card that Clarissa turned into the office is in the office. So good luck with that. I hope the auditor is able to discover what the situation is with why we had almost, I think the information that we had from the committee was almost $100. So hopefully that'll come out next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. All right. Let me scroll through to see if we have anyone else. Captain Mareb, if you wanted to unmute yourself at this time, you can make your public comment. We did go into, do some research regarding that.
Okay, it's just regarding I'm just trying to run the department in a professional manner. And for that to happen, I need everybody to contact Chief or myself. We go by protocol here. And it's by chain of command, and Nate is not part of our fire station. I've asked him numerous times to volunteer here and to be a part of it. He denies it. He don't want to be a part of it, but he likes to hang out with the guys. He wants to be part of the crew. It doesn't work like that. You can't come over and do what you want when you want. And you can't come in here and think you run the fire station when you just run the secretary's office. That's it. So I do like Nate. I think he's a great person. I think he's awesome. He's just not welcome in the fire station. He's got involved in things that he does not need to be involved in. Not saying that he's not an awesome person and he does his job well. He just is not welcome in getting involved with Chief or I's business, okay? It doesn't work well with probationary firefighters that have never been here before, and Nate is telling them stuff that is just not appropriate. I just would not like Nate around. I think Joe is awesome. He does his job when he comes here. He's not gossiping with the guys. The guys help Joe. He's awesome, all right? Nate comes here to hang out. I feel like Nate doesn't want to do his job at the office, so he comes here to hang out. That is not cool. I don't get paid to come here. I actually love this job and I do it for the passion of it and to help the community and the people. Not because I can't work because it's not 10 o'clock yet and I can't take your call, Captain, or you're bugging me on my time off. You know, if you don't like the job, don't take it. There'll be other people that will want the job and will take it and do it great, okay? That's just my opinion, and that's how I feel about him being around the fire department. I've worked super hard to make this department successful with Chief and the other support that we have from the community members. And I would appreciate it if I just had a little support from the board. Thank you very much for hearing me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Captain Mareb, for that. I hope you do understand that the board does support you and what you guys do at the fire department. Let me scroll through to see if we have any other public comment at this time. I do not see anybody's hands raised, physically or, you know, through the Zoom hand or virtually. Only other person I can ask is Chief, did you have anything that you would like to comment on? I know you usually do if it pertains to
the fire department?
No, it's you know, there are some issues that can be worked out through communication and working together, and that's about it. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and I'm not going to take up everybody's time reiterating it. I do appreciate the support that I get from the board, and especially from our community. So that's it. And I hope everybody has a great weekend. And I know I'm looking at the weather map and it looks like the storm's in Victorville. So stay dry and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. All right, I think if that's it, the directors, I guess we're kind of, what is our decision on this closed session? Are we going to be writing anything in his file? Are we going to be, are there going to be any disciplinary actions? What is our next step? Because we've done a lot of discussion here, but I feel that with these closed sessions, we just do a lot of talking. We kind of don't set anything up. So I want to make sure everybody is understood and we know what's going to happen after this closed session is over. I do know it's a long night. I'm sorry, everybody, but these are things that the board needs to decide together as a board.
Well, personally, I think that I've got to review some more stuff. I'm not finished checking out what was said and done tonight. I've got some things to do, so I'm not quite done. But I think we would probably have to get together on the results of what we find. I don't think I'm quite ready to say, how I feel about it. I do know that we've got to get together, and I do know that you don't ever do a review without coming back and letting a person know how they're doing. So we haven't set a time for a review of, his performance, if it's changed, got better, if things are getting better, if we need to give him a performance review, if we need something with him to help him make his job easier, or have somebody come in to help him train. I think we have a lot of other things we've got to do to make this all work, other than just talking about everything he did wrong. Now we need to help, fix the problem by training, getting him the things we need to do. And like I said, I've still got some things that couldn't be checked out tonight that we need to check out. So without any doubt, I would think that we should do another review. And I mean a review. We're not talking about yelling or, being mad at somebody, but a review of what's been found, and then get a performance plan for him to help him do better, get him some training and things that he needs. And really, you can't finish an evaluation until you give them some kind of a performance plan to get better at what they're doing. So I don't think it's ended right here tonight. I think we need to continue on to get the performance stuff done, and maybe come up with a plan and meet with him again in the open meeting in next month.
Do any of the other directors have anything else to add? I do think that it's fair that this is something that will need to be brought up again.
Just what I meant by that is we just need to give him a chance to show us what he's going to do now, and then plus.
No, I was agreeing with you, Gary. I didn't mean like we need to bring up anything else. I meant we need to see where he's at after.
Okay.
I think at this point, we have to have a clear understanding that he is trying to do 2 jobs at the hours he's only allowed, instead of attacking him and trying to point out, as Gary said, the bad things. We need to encourage and support. That's what our job is as a board, is to encourage and support the people that are trying to help us to make the community a better place. That's my feeling on that.
Okay, thank you, Director Shields. Director Lord, did you have any last comments?
No, I just agree with everybody else has said. I'm not gonna keep going over the same thing.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on with my phone, but it keeps going in and out. So
Oh, I
I
think
might
we're
lose
about,
you guys.
I think we're about done, Director Laura. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah,
All right.
I keep
so-
going different colors.
Oh no. So I believe everything is gone. Everyone has gone over this. We'll reevaluate everything next meeting, I believe, was the consensus that I understood. See where Nate goes from here with our constructive criticism and with us knowing exactly what his take on the situation was. So I think our meeting can be adjourned. Do we have a motion?
Wasn't there something else in on the closed session?
Regarding what?
General managers?
Oh,
Yeah.
my apologies. Yes.
Do you
So
want- Are you doing that in closed session? And will you do a report? Because I'll stay on if you're going to do a report if you're doing closed session, but I'll leave if you're done.
it's up to the other director.
In closed session because that's where it was. So that's
Okay.
not an election one. We just have to go to closed.
Mm-hmm. That should be a quick one.
And okay, quick, great. Then I'll wait for your closed report. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Chief, do you mind moving us over for a couple minutes to the breakout room?
Breakout.
No,
Breakout.
give me a minute here.
Thank you. I'm sorry it's late.
Come on, Jim, wake up.
I know, I'm hungry.
You know, it's way past my bedtime, Gary.
Oh,
Me
man.
too. I gotta get up at 2 in the morning.
Because he's always in bed, you guys.
Okay.
Not yet, almost.
All right. Hello. We are back. Well, I'm back. Let's see who else is back.
I'm back.
All right.
I'm back.
From outer space. Okay. I think we are all here. Okay. The closed session report is that the board has decided that Director Yearsley would contact all of the applicants that we have, and that Director Shields would be reviewing the applicants' references and contacting them and their backgrounds. And then we will also be scheduling when the applicants can do their interviews. And those interviews will be held over Zoom unless we state otherwise, just because of all the COVID, all of the pandemic restrictions. And that is it for the closed session report. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Director Yearsley. Yes, and then all of this will be happening at next meeting. Yes. Do we have a second to adjourn?
I'll second.
Thank you, Director Laura. All right, this meeting is now adjourned at 11:01 p.m.
We have
Thank you
to
all for
vote.
hanging in there.
Oh, yeah, we got to vote. I thought we all said aye. We all said aye in my head. Okay. Director Laura, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Director Yearsley,
Aye.
thank you. And Director Shields,
Yes.
thank you. And I vote aye as well. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you in next meeting.